Chapter 510. The church was expanding and supporting the human government. As president, Meng Jiangnan was at his lowest point. To protect his position, he had to do a series of humiliating things. Otherwise, after he was impeached, he would definitely be caught and tried. Although he was a saint, he could not escape. Because he had signed the saint's agreement, he had to follow the laws of humans. Moreover, Jiang Li and the others would definitely capture him. Even if he escaped to the ends of the world, he would not be Jiang Li's match. The reason why Jiang Li didn't capture him now was because he abided by the rules of the human race and followed the procedures step by step. This was also to protect the rules of the human race and prevent chaos from occurring again in the future. The order of the human race was more important than anything else. Establishing order for the human race was also Jiang Li's Tao. The stricter the order of the human race, the more he would be able to promote the development of the race. The civilization and karmic luck that the race had gathered would be added to him, and he would be able to succeed in every endeavor. Every race had the aura of civilization. This aura was very mysterious, and it was also karma. Jiang Li was slowly understanding the mysteries of karma. But now, the church was destroying his order and establishing a new one. This was something he could not tolerate. More importantly, if all humans on Earth believe in the church, then the entire society would be at the end of its road. There would be no possibility of development, and it would be a pool of stagnant water. Only with the freedom of the soul could there be true development. The church's power is expanding rapidly. We cannot underestimate it. Dreamkite said worriedly, "This is a behemoth. It has infiltrated human society bit by bit and established a foundation. With the development of human civilization, it is almost impossible to completely eradicate it. Look at the Shitsi star now. I saw it long ago." Needless to say, Jiang Li was constantly paying attention to the Shitsi star. The Shitsi star was still wriggling, and more space appeared inside. It was as if a divine country was being born, and it was also like a huge warship. Its power was not below that of the chief god planet. From beginning to end, there were many powerful auras lingering around the Shitsi star. They were the elites of the angel race, the primordial angels. They were the elites of the great Tao among the angels. When these elites gathered together, they possessed an unparalleled might that could shake the heavens and earth. Moreover, a mysterious passage seemed to have been opened, and the Shitsi star was absorbing the mysterious power of that world. The world where the angels lived was very mysterious. It was a dimension similar to the immortal world. This is a report on the expansion of the church. Dreamkite took out a lot of information. Now, many private schools have opened up theology classes. Learning the classics of the church in the curriculum and believing in the Lord of the church can greatly improve one's cultivation. The church has also opened a new university called Heavenly State University. It's built on the cross star and has started recruiting students. You don't need to be strong, you just need to believe in the Lord to be accepted. This way, it's more attractive than our Infinite University and Star Sky University. What? This is a trump card. Jiang Li was shocked. He knew that both Starry Sky University and Limitless University required students to have absolute strength. And in this world, commoners made up the majority. No one occupied so many resources. No matter which university you were admitted to, it was like crossing a single log bridge with thousands of troops and horses. The threshold was very high. But now, as long as you were sincere in your faith, you could obtain many resources. This was no less than opening Pandora's box, making all the struggles meaningless. This is equivalent to selling one's soul to the devil to obtain power, Little Arch said. Yes, there are no channels in this world. If possible, most people will sell their souls to the devil for power and desire, Jiang Li sighed. Faith, sincere faith, could obtain power, wealth, and qualifications. This was no different from selling one's soul to the devil. It was just that one was sold to the devil and the other to God. Jiang Li inherited the ancient Tao, which was the ancient Tao of Huaxia. That was, the heavens move vigorously, and a gentleman should never stop striving to improve himself. He would never sell his soul to any existence for power and desire. The soul was free and independent. This was the foundation of development. Otherwise, what was the difference between humans, animals, or even plants? 3 days later, hold a press conference. Now, use all resources for publicity. Zhongli ordered. Use all the wealth of the limitless group, media channels, and all kinds of connections to prepare for this press conference. Yes, the limitless group could be said to be the #1 group among the humans on Earth. Its power was unimaginable. Although the church was deeply rooted, they still had their misgivings and didn't come out in the open. Therefore, this time, Zhongli joined forces with the cultivation world's heavenly will to defeat the church through public opinion and theory. Then, he launched a movement to change the constitution, making the church illegal in the eyes of the law. Humans must have the freedom of their souls. No religion or devil could tempt the souls of humans to fall. One order after another was issued in an orderly manner. Among them, Dreamkite's orders were the fastest. She even mobilized her own team without any hesitation. One plan after another appeared on the optical computer and began to be executed. She was simply an almighty in the business world and the political world. She could do anything with a flip of her hand. In terms of strength, Dreamkite wasn't much. But in terms of operating a business, marketing, organization, planning, and all kinds of plans, she was simply a business genius. Such a talent was the hardest to come by. Zhongli felt that he had dug up a huge treasure. Even if there was another great Tao expert, it would be useless. This was because great Tao experts only knew how to cultivate. They knew nothing about the various rules and management of humans. If they ran a company like this, it would become smaller and smaller until it was swallowed up by others. However, it was different with a business genius. Even if they didn't have any backing, they could become big in an instant. In modern society, rules were becoming more and more important. How to use the rules reasonably and develop the business model of the group was invincible. There were many vice presidents in the Limitless group, but the most capable one was still Dreamkite. It could be seen that she had indeed learned a lot from Wang Chao. Presidential residence. Meng Jiangnian sat there. He no longer had the chief god's optical computer to use. His face was gloomy, and he was in a gloomy state every day. His hatred was as deep as the sea. In front of him, there were 2 people sitting upright. One was the Pope, and the other was Jiangnalan. This Pope was completely different from before. Countless hymns flowed in his eyes. It was as if there were only gods and not mortals in the depths of his eyes. It could be said that this Pope was already a saint. Pope, you are now the representative of the angel race. Jiangnalan smiled. Tell me, what do you want to do to help Meng Jiangnan overcome this crisis and to form an alliance? Do you really want to convert all humans into believers? I won't agree to that. We've changed our mind. The Pope said, we need to take back the chief god's optical computer, the emperor's relic, and the cultivation world's heaven's will. As for the faith of all humans, it's not very important. How many humans are there? There are only about 1 trillion of them. The angel race has conquered countless dimensions and planets. They have countless believers, so they don't care about 1 trillion. Is that so? Jiangnalan smiled. That's good. Otherwise, I'm someone who has signed the Saint Agreement. When it comes to matters that threaten humanity, I'll have to work together with Zhongli to kill. Also, if I'm not wrong, you've already advanced to the Saint realm. Why don't you sign the Saint Agreement? Do you want me to force you? The Saint Agreement was made by Wang Chao and Zhongli. I don't care. The Pope smiled contemptuously. I think Brother Nalan is also very wary of Zhongli. He's getting stronger and stronger. Even if he hasn't advanced to the Saint realm, his current cultivation can already compete with you. Once he becomes a saint, I'm afraid you won't be his match. What a joke. Even if he becomes a powerhouse of the Great Path, I can still kill him. Jiangnalan was expressionless. I cannot pursue the matter of you advancing to the Saint realm without signing the Saint Agreement. What benefits do you have to give me? Also, I know you want to kill Zhongli. I can help you with this, but you have to find a good opportunity. Right now, we are forcing him. The expansion of our church is unstoppable. This is the general trend. To be honest, even you can't stop it. After all, you signed a sane agreement, and our church is expanding normally. The Pope continued, Jiang Nailan, I represent the angel folk in negotiating with you. The truth is that the angel folk aren't important to you. You want to be independent and transcend. What does the destruction of the human race have to do with you? The angel folk can give you plenty of benefits. For example, primal chaos, paleo energy. Primal chaos, paleo energy? You mean primal chaos, paleo energy? Jiang Nailan shot to her feet. Oh, I get it. You gave Meng Jiangnan primal chaos, paleo energy to become a saint. The primal chaos, paleo energy contains a primal chaos oath, an oath of loyalty to you. However, Meng Jiangnan was smart enough to sacrifice it to the will of the martial world and dissolve the oath. That's right. Meng Jiangnan chuckled darkly. Although your church helped me get through a difficult time, it was still a lie. I might have declared my faith in your church, but I was just burying my head in the sand. Everyone knows that. I can't possibly believe in you. But right now, we have the same goal, to kill Zhongli. As for what happens to the human race, that has nothing to do with me. I don't care what you do to them. As long as there are benefits to be had, I'll use my position as the president to support your expansion. Benefits? I only want benefits. Understood? If you want to expand, you need my help. Fine, the Pope said, producing a crystal ball that contained 2 strands of primal chaos paleo energy. We can agree to your request. The angel folk have no shortage of benefits. This is true primal chaos paleo energy, and I have 2 strands. You can use them to sacrifice. Chapter 5:11. There's no way there's a primal chaos oath involved, is there? Meng Jiangnan made a grabbing motion, and the 2 crystal balls landed in his hand. He then carefully observed the supreme mysteries within them. Definitely not this time, the Pope said with a smile. We won't make the same mistake twice. It doesn't matter. Meng Jiangnan put them away. In any case, I'm sacrificing myself to the martial world to get more magical laws and great Taos. Fine, I'll do everything in my power to cooperate with you. Your church can do whatever you want. You can pass laws, increase the number of schools of theology, and build churches on every planet. I can push for it, lobby the representatives, recruit top experts, and use the power of the presidency. As long as there are benefits to be had, I don't care if you want to exterminate humanity. He had spoken these words so blatantly that it was shocking. What about you, Mr. Jiang Nailan? The Pope asked. I have no objections, Yang Qi said. I'll do my best to cooperate with you. I need primal chaos paleo energy. I've heard that it can refine all great Taos. It's the source of all worlds, the foundation of the primeval beginning, the ultimate essence of the immortal Tao. Give it to me, and I'll cooperate. Mr. Jiang Nailan, the Pope said, we definitely need to recruit an expert like you. The Pope tossed out 3 crystal balls, each of which contained tiny strands of primal chaos paleo energy. However, Jiang Nailan knew that, although they were like strands of hair, they could transform into 3 planets, or even more. In that case, Jiang Nailan said, I'll do my best to cooperate. What do you want me to do? Simple, the Pope said. You'll support the development of the church, and you'll push for laws to make our church the only religion on earth. We'll outlaw all other religions. What do you say? If we succeed, I'll give you 5 more crystal balls, each of which contains 5 strands of primal chaos paleo energy. Deal, Jiang Nailan said without the slightest hesitation. All right, the Pope said, smiling. Every human on earth is a potential believer. We won't destroy the world unless it's absolutely necessary. This is bad. At this moment, the elders of the Jiang clan, Jiang Wuya and Jiang Wudao, walked in and knelt in front of Jiang Nailan. Saint, the Limitless Group just released a shocking piece of news. The entire world is in an uproar. Jiang Li, what did you do this time? Jiang Nailan furrowed his brows as he turned on the optical computer. Now that he had 50% control over the Lord God's optical computer, he was able to assist Meng Jiangnan in handling matters with ease. Because of this, Meng Jiangnan's authority as president had not been weakened by much. However, he was now firmly under Jiang Nailan's control. Beep, beep, beep. The sovereign ship's eye was connected to all of the world's internet systems, and it immediately displayed all sorts of data changes. The first piece of explosive news had already begun to spread like a plague. The CEO of the Limitless Group, Mr. Zhang Li, has sent out a message. 3 days later, he will hold a press conference around the world. On the Limitless planet, there will be a channel connecting every planet. He hopes that all the reporters from the major media outlets will participate. At that time, the cultivation world's heavens will appear and announce to humanity that the two worlds have merged. This was the video in which Zhang Li made the announcement on the world's internet. Beside him stood a young man. He was the superstar of the entire world, young Heaven's Will. He didn't need to say anything. Just by standing there, his aura had already shaken the surroundings. It spread out through the invisible network and caused countless people to fall for him. Coupled with his mysterious identity, just a short video, and its original popularity, in an instant, it was a piece of cake for the entire network to explode. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The Limitless Group stock price is rising rapidly. It has already doubled in an instant. At this time, Zhang Wudao was observing various economic data. The cultivation world's Heaven's Will. Zhang Nailin was like a deflated balloon as she sat back on her chair. It's actually the incarnation of Heaven's Will. Why would it appear in the Limitless Group and communicate with Zhang Li? Unbelievable. Zhang Li actually managed to invite the incarnation of Heaven's Will. Heaven's Will. Meng Jiangnan was trembling. As someone from the cultivation world, he had no choice but to submit to the will of heaven. Is this real? The Pope said, his eyes glittering with a sinister light. I can't believe someone as powerful as that appeared. How did Zhang Li convince him? What's going on here? Or is this Heaven's Will fake? What's he doing? Breaking the laws of humanity? Or is he trying to deal with our church? No, I have to go back and report this. With a sway of his body, he disappeared. Zhang Nailin glared at Meng Jiangnan, then stretched out her hand. What are you doing? Meng Jiangnan blurted. Give me your primal chaos, palea energy crystal balls, Zhang Nailin said. Zhang Nailin said, this thing fell into your hands, but you actually sacrificed it to the martial world's Heaven's Will. It's really a waste. If you give it to me, I can make good use of it. You, Meng Jiangnan said angrily. Why should I give them to you? Aren't we working together? Zhang Nailin said disdainfully. You're nothing more than a pawn to me, Meng Jiangnan. I've helped you along the way, and how much have you given me in return? If it weren't for me, would you have become the president? Keep dreaming. If it weren't for me, you'd already be dead by Zhang Li. Cut the crap. Rumble. A massive pressure erupted from Zhang Nailin, making it impossible for Meng Jiangnan to move. Then, the two primal chaos, palea energy crystal balls flew into Zhang Nailin's hand. Crack! Crack! The 5 crystal balls shattered, and 5 streams of primal chaos palea energy flew out, transforming into a tiny spirit snake that danced through the air. Incredible! Primal chaos palea energy really is primal chaos palea energy, and it doesn't have any primal chaos oaths in it. That said, there are some hidden dangers. The will of the gods doesn't matter. I can use a few tricks to get rid of the will of the gods. Then I can form a second great Tao, or maybe even a third. Zhang Nailin's eyes gleamed with excitement. It seems the angel folk have a lot of good stuff. They definitely have a lot of primal chaos palea energy. Once I get it, I'll be able to form virtual godhood without a problem. Zhang Nailin, you. Meng Jiangnan's heart was dripping with blood, but there was nothing he could do about it. Ever since his last defeat, he had become a pawn of the church and Zhang Nailin. Of course, in the end, it was Zhang Nailin who controlled him. Zhang Nailin had used him to do business with the church and had benefited from it. But now he was getting nothing out of it. What? Don't tell me you want me to kill you? Zhang Nailin didn't even try to be polite to Meng Jiangnan. You're useless. You keep losing to Zhang Li, and now you don't even know how to pool your resources? Don't you know that Zhang Li is getting more and more terrifying? I'm going into secluded meditation. You're on your own. If my cultivation base improves, I can protect you. If I can't, you're dead beyond the shadow of a doubt. I refuse to accept this, Meng Jiangnan said, bowing his head. Meng Jiangnan deeply lowered his head. Once upon a time, he was the pride of the heavens, and becoming the president was the pinnacle of his life. However, he did not expect that it was also the beginning of his nightmare. He thought that he could rule over the world, but he did not expect that he would be restrained in every way. In the end, he was like a stray dog, controlled by all kinds of methods, and suffered all kinds of humiliation. Scum, Jiang Nailin said, turning to vanish into secluded meditation. The fact that Jiang Li was working with heavenly will from the cultivation world was a big deal, and there was nothing he could do to stop it. All he could do was focus on getting stronger and stronger. Sure enough, for 3 days, the news reached an unprecedented level. Every corner of the world was talking about this issue. In a short video, the Limitless Group's reputation was unparalleled, far surpassing that of the church. Using this reputation, Dreamkite started to make arrangements, starting a large-scale counterattack in politics, economy, livelihood, industry, technology, and so on. First, there was the Great Immigration. Many continents on planet Infinity were open to immigrants, and then they distributed wealth to replace part of the government's functions. They distributed the Limitless Group's consumer vouchers, called Infinity Coins, to replace star dollars. At the same time, Dreamkite released another piece of news. A continent the size of half of Earth would be carved out on planet Infinity. It would be used to build the world's largest supermarket. There would be all kinds of daily necessities, military weapons, genetic potions, toys, devices, networks. Anything that could be found on Earth would be available. Even treasures from the cultivation world that couldn't be found on Earth would be sold here. In other words, once the construction was successful, this place would become a shopping paradise. Moreover, everyone would believe that since heavenly will from the cultivation world was working with the Limitless Group, what couldn't they buy? To buy items in the Limitless Group supermarket, one had to use Infinity Coins instead of star dollars. Of course, one could also use star dollars to exchange for Infinity Coins. This was also legal. In an instant, Infinity Coins would replace star dollars and become the world's currency distribution authority. The government's functions would unknowingly collapse. In fact, Jiangli had poached many people from the main god group. Among them, there were talents in the currency system. The issuance of any currency required the support of the real economy. Now that Jiang Li was issuing Infinity Coins, Dreamkite was building a huge supermarket behind him. All kinds of goods could be bought. In addition, Dreamkite had also let the Dream sect establish business relations with many sections. Through exchanges and sales, they would continuously transport treasures and materials from the cultivation world to planet Infinity. In addition, Dreamkite was also developing the wormhole logistics. That was to buy all kinds of goods online. In an instant, a small insectoid warship would appear on planet Infinity and deliver the goods to that person's planet. The goods would travel through space and arrive quickly. The insectoid queen had a special flying insect warship, which was used to support the transportation of insectoids in the universe and to plunder resources. This way, it would be more convenient for humans to rely on the Limitless Group. Of course, the most important attack was the upcoming press conference to announce the theory of the freedom of the soul. It was the harshest attack on religion. If it came down to it, Jiangli would even join forces with the cultivation world's heavenly will to launch a mighty brainwashing, implanting the cultivation world's heavenly will young man's theory of the freedom of the soul into the network. This would be a devastating blow to religion. In these 3 days, Jiang Li, Little the Arch, and even the cultivation world's heavenly will work together to perfect the theory of the freedom of the soul. In fact, all experts knew the importance of the freedom of the soul. They wouldn't believe in anyone, especially after cultivating to the embryonic breathing realm. Chapter 512. On the 3rd day, everything was ready. Infinity Star floated in the solar system. In an instant, wormholes extended in all directions like tentacles, reaching all the planets inhabited by humans. Infinity Star could now connect to any planet inhabited by humans, including the Prime Star. Of course, there was one planet that did not allow Infinity Star to enter, and that was Sheetsy Star, the planet where the church was located. However, Sheetsy Star did not declare Infinity Star evil and did not attack the Limitless group. This was not because they were afraid of human laws, but because they were afraid of Jiang Li's strength and did not dare to attack. If the church really dared to start a holy war, declaring that the Limitless group was evil and calling for all the believers in the world to oppose it by destroying, looting, and burning, then this would be easy to deal with. Jiang Li would immediately suppress it and wipe out the existence of the church's angels from the human race. Even if there were mountains of corpses, seas of blood, and rivers of blood, he would not hesitate. This was because it was necessary. This was to maintain order. As for the holy war, that was something the church specialized in. When the church's power reached a certain level, they would call on believers to launch a holy war to eliminate heretics, completely destroying order and rules. The live broadcast had already begun. On Infinity Star, a huge field appeared. Energy condensed and instantly turned into all sorts of items. There were even some fruits, tea, and food that were rarely seen in the cultivation world. This press conference was simply the largest in history. Jiang Li and the other big shots of the Limitless group, as well as reporters from various major media outlets, were all here. Even some of the major media outlets controlled by the church were here. They had also received invitations, and some had even come uninvited. The young man of the cultivation world, Tianyi, was the most popular person on Earth. No superstar could compare to him in the slightest. He was the center of attention wherever he stood. Moreover, he represented a world. He had absolute control over this world. This world and humanity had been at war for many years and were entangled together. It also represented the future of humanity, and his arrival represented the direction of human development. Every human in the world was concerned about what effect the arrival of the cultivation world's Tianyi would have and what revolutionary changes it would bring to humanity. Countless reporters entered the venue, but they were all arranged neatly. Huge energy shrouded the place, and even saints had to behave. Otherwise, Infinity Star would have the ability to kill saints. President Jiang Li, this time, you've blown the world's eyes. This is a truly historic moment, but we've only seen the cultivation world's Tianyi in videos. If he doesn't show up at this press conference, the world will be disappointed. A reporter was the first to speak. The right to speak at today's press conference was open and fair. Everyone would draw lots, and the photon computer would randomly select a reporter to ask a question. Today's press conference would be open questions. Everyone would draw lots, and the AI would randomly select a reporter. The big reporter who got the right to speak first was from a neutral media group. He asked the question directly to save time. He knew that it was not easy for him to get the chance to speak. He maintained an excited smile on his face because he knew that if he could ask a question today and appear in front of the whole world, his value would definitely increase greatly. In the cultivation world, Heaven's will is supreme and can appear at will. Of course, he will appear today and answer the questions of the reporters. Jiang Li stepped back and bowed slightly, performing a very formal greeting. Please appear, Heaven's will. As soon as he said that, the entire universe seemed to be shaking. The solar system seemed to be suffocating, and everything stopped rotating. All the experts felt that the universe was undergoing a major change at this moment. Countless scientists discovered that the trajectories of the celestial bodies were changing. Then, a young man walked out from the spot that Jiang Li had made way for. His temperament was incomparably elegant, noble, gentle, and handsome. He was a youth that no words could describe. He smiled. Everyone could clearly feel the aura of a mysterious supreme being. A serene and profound aura emanated from his body, as though it was the end of the universe. Not only the people present, but even the entire solar system, as well as the humans on many planets outside the solar system, could feel it clearly. This was a spiritual force that was 10,000 times stronger than a saint. Everyone suspected that this was the cultivation world's Heaven's will. Because the moment it appeared, the spiritual waves spread in all directions, entering deep into everyone's heart. Even many believers on the cross star could feel it, and their faith was shaken. At this moment, The light from the cross star was suffocating. Other than heaven's will, no one else had such a powerful spiritual wave and spiritual force. I am the cultivation world's heaven's will. I'm very happy that I've come to the human world. Heaven's will smiled at the reporter. Plop. The reporter was dazed. The AI camera in his hand fell to the ground. His mouth was wide open, and his body trembled. He didn't know what to say. Heaven's will smiled again. Instantly, the AI camera returned to the reporter's hand. He said, "Don't be nervous. I'll allow you to ask one more question." I. The reporter was so excited that he couldn't speak. In the end, he said, "Can I have your autograph?" "As you wish." Heaven's will was calm as ever. He wrote the word heaven in the air. It wasn't written in the language of earth, but in the language of the ancient, immortal world. The words solidified and landed in the reporter's hand. The reporter was so excited that he trembled more and more. Finally, with a thud, he fainted. He fainted from excitement. Zhongli patted him. The reporter woke up and was taken away. Then, on the big screen, the lottery began again. This time, it landed on a female reporter's head. The female reporter screamed and rushed onto the stage. "You're so handsome. Why are you so handsome?" She looked like an infatuated fool. Cough, cough. Zhongli coughed dryly. "Please ask your question. This is a worldwide broadcast. My apologies." The reporter's face was bright red. She came back to her senses, but she was still very shy. She didn't look at Zhongli, completely ignoring him. Instead, she stared at Heaven's will. "May I ask, did you really come to the human world in peace?" "Yes." Heaven's will's expression was calm, like an AI program. However, anyone who heard it would feel endless zen. "Although the humans and my world have been at war for many years, all enmity is the product of karma. I'm not human. I'm Heaven's will. My way of thinking is different from yours. There's no such thing as enmity, love, or hatred. I've already communicated with limitless corporations, Zhongli. The order of the humans is good, but the order of my world is a bit chaotic. I hope you can bring more advanced order in my world. My world will provide you with resources. Our two worlds will fuse and coexist peacefully. My state is similar to your prime god's AI, without any human emotions." "So handsome." The reporter's eyes were filled with stars again. Next, Zhongli shook his head. These reporters were all people who had been through hundreds of battles, but they still couldn't control themselves in front of Tianyi. It could be seen how great Tianyi's influence was. This Tianyi's every move was perfect without a single flaw. Even his expression was unchanging and gentle. Everyone would definitely have flaws, but he didn't because he wasn't human. "May I ask, Lord Heaven's will, can you influence all the cultivation sects to coexist peacefully with us? Can we humans really enter the cultivation world? If there's a conflict between the two, will you help the living beings to judge us?" Another reporter asked. After the previous two questions, some of the reporters had calmed down. "I'm here today to sign a law with the Limitless Corporation, a law for the two worlds to coexist peacefully, to establish a new order." Heaven's will's tone was calm. "May I ask, if you need to find a human government to sign the law, why did you find a Limitless Corporation?" Another reporter asked a sharp question. "Whoever can establish order will be the leader of the race." Heaven's will's answer was very interesting. "The way I see it, the Limitless Corporation has established a new order. May I ask, I know that Heaven's will relies on absorbing the faith of the people to develop quickly, so every race will have a ceremony to worship the heavens. Do you want us to worship you after we enter the cultivation world? Let our souls become your nourishment." A reporter suddenly asked a sharp question, causing the atmosphere to be stifled. This was a crucial question. Even the internet paused for a moment. Everyone in the world was listening to Heaven's will's answer. This reporter was a very famous news interviewer. He was also a member of the church, and he was even a theologian and soul scientist. "That's a good question," Heaven's will replied slowly. "When Zhongli talked to me, he also asked this question. Yes, worshiping the heavens can help me and make me stronger. This is also your ancient concept of being one with the heavens. After you die, your souls will fuse with me. This is the essence of heaven's will. However, Zhongli proposed a more advanced theory, which is the theory of the freedom of the soul. Using your question, I will express my opinion here and publish the theory of the freedom of the soul. For a race to develop, they don't need to believe in anything. They only need to abide by order. Faith and order cannot be confused. I don't need your faith either. I want everyone's soul to be free. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and lines of words appeared in the air. It was the theory of the freedom of the soul that Jiang Li and the others had written. The human soul is absolutely free. Don't believe in anyone. Don't give your soul to any demons or gods. In essence, the ultimate goal of religion is to harvest human souls. There is no difference between demons and gods. Only by maintaining one's own independent and pure soul can one create everything. This theory of the freedom of the soul was the greatest thesis in history. It was produced by Jiang Li, many saints, and the cultivation world's heaven's will. It was sacred and thought-provoking. In an instant, it had spread all over the internet and reached everyone's optical computer. This was posted by heaven's will, which represented his attitude towards the humans on earth. Moreover, the theory of the freedom of the soul had indeed hit the nail on the head and pointed out the various disadvantages of faith. Humans should break away from faith and not even believe in themselves. Absolute freedom. At this moment, Zhongli only felt that the atmosphere of the entire world had become heavy. Many people were thinking at the same time. Modern civilization was very developed, and no one was illiterate. Instead, they were full of knowledge. This theory of the freedom of the soul had a great impact on many people. This was because it contained some of the profoundness of Jiang Li's infinite godly fist. Infinity is freedom. The soul has unlimited space to develop. That is freedom. When humans think, God laughs. Jiang Li could even see a wave of luck expanding rapidly. It was a change in people's hearts. The glow of the cross stars suddenly dimmed a lot. This was where luck was the trend of the world. As the saying goes, when the time comes, the heavens and the earth will work together, but when it goes, the hero will not be free. The church had more than half of the believers in the world. Although they were fake believers, they still had potential. Now that the theory of the freedom of the soul had appeared, their faith collapsed in an instant. In fact, deep in their hearts, they even felt a sense of rejection and disgust towards the church. This was because they felt that this was the temptation of the devil. How could humans give their soul to the devil? Chapter 5:13. A single article could destroy a religion. Jiang Li used his telepathy and sensed that the church's luck was fading. Although some of the fanatics and deep believers couldn't be destroyed by an article, they were easily swayed. What did the church rely on? A large number of fake believers. That was a large number of false believers. There weren't many true fanatics. If the fake believers were destroyed, the church was nothing. Although fake believers were easily swayed, it was a culture. The culture of the church could help people get to the bone. They were the reserves. Just like a large country, elite soldiers and strong generals were important, but the common people were more important. Without the support of the common people, it was like water without a source. It would collapse sooner or later and become a pile of loose sand. More importantly, as soon as this article appeared in society, it would set off a revolution in the mind and soul. Those who understood it would naturally lobby and boycott the church. In this way, the church would automatically be eliminated. However, this was also thanks to modern civilization. Everyone had a high level of intelligence and knew what was truth and what was deception. Any primary school student would read a lot of books and wouldn't be deceived. When Jiang Li's theory of the freedom of the soul came out, it was equivalent to a clear guide. It was the so-called pioneer. After it resonated with many people, it provided a bright light for the future development of humanity. Religion had become a fleeting cloud. Not good. In a Shizi Xing, the Pope and some red-robed archbishops looked at each other. They saw on the optical computer that as the theory of the freedom of the soul spread, the support of the church plummeted. In many churches, many people even came to abandon their faith. In addition, some of the church's property stocks plummeted. It was like an avalanche. In the blink of an eye, A large amount of the church's assets evaporated. If this article came from someone else, even Zhongli, it would be easier to deal with. The church could start a holy war and launch a fierce attack on the limitless group. But now, the cultivation world's heavens will have thrown out the theory of the freedom of the soul. This was the foundation of the entire world and represented the attitude of the world. There was no need for all humans to enter his world and worship him. This was an attitude of peace. If the church attacked immediately, it would not stand on the side of justice. What do we do? What do we do? At this time, the Pope was very nervous. His forehead was slightly sweating. Only now did he realize what truth was. What he believed in was actually vulnerable in the face of truth. No matter how well it was concealed, no matter how beautifully it was packaged, it would immediately vanish in the face of truth. Don't worry, it's just a small matter. When sin comes, the glory of the Lord will vanish, and the earth will be filled with devils. At that time, God will sound the horn of doomsday to cleanse the world of sin. I will come out and create an ark for the devout believers to take refuge in it. When sin is cleansed, the people on the ark will once again live in the world. You want to destroy the world? The Pope was shocked. But now, the limitless group is too powerful. It's not good to start a holy war. Once it starts, it's very likely that we'll be the ones killed. It doesn't matter. Evil is rampant, so demons will naturally appear. From now on, the humans on Earth will be in troubled times. Monsters from all kinds of planes will keep surging out from the depths of the myriad realm celestial sphere. Let the human civilization be destroyed. We will offer sacrifices to stimulate the power of the myriad realm celestial sphere and open the passage to the infinite planes. At that time, this place will become a focal point. An ancient angel said, "But how will we clean up after the chaos?" The Pope asked, "There's no need to clean up. We'll just take the Grand Emperor's relic and the cultivation world's will. We'll also take back the Master God's optical computer. We'll control the myriad realm celestial sphere too. The more complicated the situation, the stronger the existence that comes, the more chances we'll have. We've already carved ancient runes on the myriad realm celestial sphere. When the time comes, we'll sacrifice them all." What? You've left ancient formations on Earth. Why didn't I know about it? The Pope was stunned. How could you know? We've built a civilization on Earth, preached and reformed religions many times. In every baptism, we've already laid our pawns in ambush. The current Earth isn't the original form of the myriad realm celestial sphere. Only Wang Chao knows the true meaning of the myriad realm celestial sphere. However, he's trapped by us and will be refined to become our believer. When he reappears, he'll be our devout believer. In addition, a large number of fleets will enter the Milky Way galaxy to oppress the humans on Earth. We won't appear, but the alien civilizations we control will attack. The humans on Earth have committed heinous crimes. It's time to cleanse them. Destroy the world. This time, after the extinction of Earth's civilization, we'll let Earth return to the Stone Age. Then, we'll guide the civilization again. In the millions of years of human history, we've destroyed the world many times and let them start again from the Stone Age. Unfortunately, 6,000 years ago, we made a small disturbance, which allowed Earth's civilization to develop to its current state. We admit that we lost control. The primitive humans on Earth had millions of years of history, but the true civilization was only 5,000 or 6,000 years old. It was too short. However, with the discovery of various prehistoric civilizations, Earth's history was advanced a lot. Many prehistoric civilizations disappeared, wiped out by a mysterious force. Countless scientists on Earth were studying this. Originally, Earth's civilization was also wiped out by the battleship. However, with the appearance of Wang Chao, who shot down the battleship, Earth's civilization took an unusual path. Countless prehistoric civilizations that were born on Earth had been wiped out before the angels. They'd treated Earth as a petri dish. Unfortunately, more than 200 years ago, there was a slight deviation in history. This led to the current uncontrollable situation. Then what about the specific policies of our church? As this goes on, the church will become smaller and smaller. Even Shitsi Xing will be brought under our jurisdiction. Moreover, the current representatives and elders of the government are all people with profound cultivation. They don't believe in us at all. We can only keep giving them benefits for them to do things for us. The Pope was also in a difficult position. He was right on this point. The representatives on main God planet were all experts among experts. They deeply understood the profound meaning of the freedom of the soul. How could they believe in it so easily? They just wanted benefits and didn't want to offend the church. Back then, even Marshal Goliath knew not to believe in them, let alone the elders. If they don't believe in us, we can only forcefully wipe them out. Now, do your best to resist and fight. Start all kinds of plans. We won't show our faces because you're our representative on Earth. We'll only give you resources and support. Now you can announce the immigration plan and use all kinds of treasures to tempt us. Right? Angels' tears. We brought a lot of angels' tears. Use them to baptize. Okay, on Shitsi Xing, the church was carrying out all kinds of plans to fight back against the theory of the freedom of the soul that Jiang Li and the Cultivation World's Youth Tianyi had jointly promoted. At this time, the press conference was still being held. On the entire internet, the Cultivation World's Youth Tianyi's popularity surpassed all the news, all the celebrities, all the public opinion, everything. Almost everyone in the world was searching for him at all times. They couldn't get tired of looking at his picture. May I ask, how many saints are there in the cultivation world now? After merging with humans, will they sign the saints' agreement? I heard that the cultivation world's ideology is completely different. The saints are high above and have power over life and death. It's only natural for them to wipe out a country or an entire race. If they suddenly go crazy and attack us, it'll be extremely destructive. I wonder if you have any restraints on those saints? A reporter asked. Tianyi smiled faintly. As the ruler of a world, of course I have control. However, the specific operation still depends on Jiang Li. Jiang Li is my representative. He will make those saints sign the saints' agreement one by one. I've come in peace, and I hope that the humans on Earth also have the same thoughts. May I ask, now that the cultivation world and the humans on Earth have joined forces, will our past grievances be written off? We used to kill each other, and our hatred is as deep as the ocean. I'm afraid it's not possible to resolve all our grievances now. A reporter asked again, apart from this, will you interfere with the internal affairs of humans? I'm Tianyi, not a human. Please don't use human emotions to measure me. I have no grudges, and I won't interfere with the internal affairs of humans. My representative is Jiang Li, and my authority over humans is really fleeting. However, I can replace your human network. I'm the embodiment of rules. What you're seeing now is just a program. When Tianyi spoke, he was high and mighty, looking down on the common people, which added to his vast and mysterious aura. Following that, all sorts of reporters asked him questions, and he answered them fluently without any hesitation. No questions could stop him. There was even a reporter who asked a question about cultivation, and Tianyi answered it casually. This allowed the reporter to instantly comprehend it, and he immediately rose to another realm. Tianyi was a super search engine. He knew everything, and he was truly the perfect main god of the system, the highest Tianyi. The press conference lasted for more than 10 hours. During this time, there was a large number of comments on the internet. Thousands of girls went crazy. Compared to Tianyi, any man on Earth was weak. In fact, many girls even compared Jiang Li to Tianyi because they stood side by side. One could conclude that Jiang Li was too wretched. On the internet, there were even applications to join the Limitless group. They all wanted to see Tianyi's true face. Some girls even begged Tianyi to speak to him, or they would commit suicide. When the press conference ended, the shares of the Limitless group multiplied in an instant. Apart from this, any industry related to the Limitless group began to prosper. Chapter 514. We've finally turned the situation around. However, we haven't reached the point of true victory yet. The church hasn't made a move yet. We have to go all out in one go. It's best if we pass a plan and a law to declare all religions illegal. The human soul has absolute freedom. Only then can we truly develop humanity. Otherwise, it's all for naught. Dream Kite let out a long sigh. I'm afraid you don't believe me. Religion is also a form of freedom. What we need to do is to continuously explain the truth of the universe and not force humans to do anything. That way, we will be no different from a religion. Like now, we are announcing the theory of the freedom of the soul and not attacking the church. The people are awakening on their own. This is the best. Actually, even if we don't announce it, as long as one is an expert, they would know not to believe in religion. I suspect that even the Pope doesn't believe in religion, because the closer one is to God, the more one can see the truth. The dark side of God is the devil. This is the beauty of distance. Zhongli didn't agree with completely banning religion. He had already understood the difference between guidance and leadership. He only needed guidance, not leadership. In the long river of human civilization, he needed to be a slight guide. In other words, a prophet. According to the data, during this press conference, the church's influence dropped by 56 times, while our limitless group's influence increased by more than 100 times. Other than that, I've already started printing books and engraving the theory of the freedom of the soul into an eternal paper book. It's best if the cultivation world, Tianyi, signs and sells books. This way, the influence will be even greater. Dream Kite arranged many vicious methods. Sign books? Good idea. Zhang Li's eyes lit up. I'll accompany Tianyi to various planets to sell books. Also, there's no need to circulate. I just need to spread out my doppelgangers. We can all clone into thousands, tens of thousands. Right, this way, we can show off our abilities and increase our efficiency. We can expand the influence of this book. We can fight for everyone on Earth to have a copy. My suggestion is that this book can be made into a simple artifact with various functions, such as protection, tranquility, and so on. Dream Kite took out many of her plans. Good, you really are a planning genius. Zhongli looked at those marketing plans. They were simply geniuses. He nodded his head silently. He would never have thought of such a thing. These were all things that only business geniuses could have. The main reason was that the Limitless Group was not short of money. Publishing a book was not to earn money, but to increase its influence. The starting point was different, and the results were completely different. Right now, countless people in the human world were willing to commit suicide for the sake of the cultivation world's young man of heaven's will. This was especially so for young girls. If he went to sign and sell his books, the sales of Theory of Freedom of the Soul would instantly skyrocket. As long as the circulation of this book reached hundreds of billions, the entire world would be completely changed, and the church would no longer have any chance to make a comeback. In an instant, the vigorous printing and sale of books began. The Theory of Freedom of the Soul was printed on paper, which had long disappeared. However, the material used was not real paper, but a type of crystal. No one on Earth could compare to the Limitless Group in terms of manufacturing, because the Zergs were the highest manufacturing masters in the universe. Beautiful books were printed one after another. They were extremely cheap and could even be embedded with a person's photon computer chip, providing perfect protection. The photon computer chip of humans was equivalent to the national ID card, and it was also manufactured by the Limitless Group. Originally, this chip was manufactured by the Main God Group. Later, the Limitless Group swallowed the Main God Group, and the task of manufacturing the chip fell into the hands of the Limitless Group. The human government could not control this at all. Originally, the government still had some prestige, but after Jiang Li defeated Meng Jiangnan, the government only existed in name. Now that the cultivation worlds had come out and cooperated with the Limitless Group, the government's prestige was basically gone. In fact, the human system was perfect, and it did not matter if the government was gone. In the era of nations, after the government went bankrupt, the people continued to live without any impact, let alone in the modern era. However, most of the functions of the government had been replaced by the Limitless Group. In the future, the government would gradually become a noun. This was also the situation that Zhongli wanted to see. If there really came a day when humans could function perfectly without the government, then that would be true evolution, and that would be the ideal country. Wow, Young man Heavens is actually signing books, and his first stop is on Earth? Let's go to Earth. It's more convenient to go to Earth now. The government has built a teleportation array, but it's still the wormhole of the limitless group. That wormhole doesn't affect humans at all, and ordinary people can pass through it. Has the limitless group's technology really advanced to such a level? That's nothing. The limitless group is working with the cultivation world, Heaven's Will. The CEO, Jiang Li, is the representative of Heaven's Will and has mastered the technology of the Zerg race. This way, we humans have entered the mythological era. Mankind's technology is advancing really fast. 200 years ago, we were still in the era of nations and had yet to step out of Earth. Various countries were fighting on Earth. It was childish and laughable. But then again, the limitless group is indeed powerful. Even the government is being pressured by them. Let's go. I still want to see young Tianni. What a beautiful young man. Unfortunately, he's not human. Tisk, it's exactly because he's not human that he's perfect. If I could fall in love with him, how great would that be? Have I fallen in love with the sky? Did the heavens fall in love with me? Don't be love-struck. It's good enough that the president has fallen in love with you. But being able to see the existence of Tianni with my own eyes is also very perfect. There's nothing to regret. Don't go to Earth. We also have book signings on our planet. This time, Jiang Li and young Tianni have created thousands of clones. They're signing books on every planet. Really? Let's go quickly then. A storm was set off on dozens of planets. It was a book signing storm. In the next few months, Jiang Li and young Tianni signed books everywhere, appearing frequently. 100 days. After a whole day, the book Theory of Freedom of the Soul had sold more than 500 billion. Almost every 2 people had a copy of the book. Moreover, the number of sales of the book was constantly increasing, exploding at a rate of 100 billion copies per month. All of a sudden, the freedom of the soul hung in the hands of all humans on Earth. Countless humans began to wake up after reading the book. Some even began to vote and give speeches, wanting to expel the church and return the freedom of the soul to humans. This frenzy of ideas even seeped into Shitzi Xing. Some of Shitzi Xing's believers also came out one after another. The key was that the church could not stop them. Even believers had freedom. If they dared to restrict their freedom, then Jiang Li would have an excuse and the church would really be done for. In these 100 days, the influence of the church had been reduced to its lowest point in history, and there was no possibility of it ever recovering. These days, the church had used many methods to fight back, such as hiring a group of scholars to refute the theory of freedom of the soul, promoting theology, and even giving out angels' tears. Unfortunately, all of this paled in comparison to young Tianni. The theories of those scholars could not compete with Tianni. First of all, they were not on the same level. Secondly, the difference in charisma was too great. Even when they started to refute, they were scolded heavily online. As for the angel's tears, although it was tempting, under the influence of the theory of freedom of the soul, everyone knew that believing in anyone was equivalent to giving their soul to the devil. Who would dare to believe in anyone? Therefore, there were only a few people who responded. In the end, the church on Shitzi Xing was powerless. They could only watch as the tide of humanity turned. The businesses of the church went bankrupt one by one, and the churches were deserted. Even the priests who took care of the churches found other jobs because they did not want to give their souls to the devil. The Pope watched all of this, unable to do anything. His heart was in a state of frenzy every day. The internal structure of Shitzi Xing also began to fluctuate. On the internet, there were even countless people who signed to publicize everything on Shitzi Xing, hoping to see how the remaining believers were treated. They called on those believers to walk out of their confusion and obtain true freedom for their souls. This way, not only could the church not expand, but its internal problems were also worsening. The signing is complete. On this day, 100 days later, young Master Tianni and Jiang Li stood on Infinity Star. Jiang Li let out a long sigh. The seed of freedom has been planted, and it is gradually blooming and bearing fruit. Jiang Li, I'm going back to the cultivation world. I'll leave the rest to you. Powerful humans like you can enter the cultivation world and will not be attacked by me again. I hope you can truly unite the sections. Also, I have a premonition of danger. It comes from inside the celestial sphere, which is what you call Earth. In the cultivation world, heaven's will's eyes saw everything on Earth. Over the past few days, I have thoroughly understood your human society. It has greatly benefited my cultivation and perfected my heavenly Tao. This experience is enough for me to take another step forward on the path to godhood. Next, I will go into seclusion to cultivate. You have to be careful. Right now, Earth is just a shadow. It's not the real celestial sphere or the seal. Once the seal is undone, the humans on Earth will truly fall into a disaster. But luckily, you've already built the Queen Mother battleship. You can bring all humans into my cultivation world in times of crisis. As he spoke, Tianyi, the idol of the people, completely disappeared. He returned to the cultivation world. As Jiangli watched it leave, he fell into deep thought. In these 100 days, he accompanied Tianyi to sign autographs all over the world, causing a storm in the world. In these days, he learned many things from Tianyi, and his infinite godly fist was once again perfected. Moreover, he could see something called perfection in Tianyi's every move and action. Once Tianyi left, he closed his eyes and let out a long sigh. The situation on Earth has stabilized, but what kind of crisis is it that he spoke of? Chapter 5:15. Earth was bustling. It was more than 100 times more developed than when Jiangli was studying. Many cities had sprung up, and between the cities were primeval forests. The ecological environment was very good, and there was no longer any pollution. Some snow mountains, in particular, still maintained their ancient state. They had not changed because of the greenhouse effect of the country. Current technology could completely change the greenhouse effect, and the climate of Earth could be changed. Rivers and seas could be overturned, and canals could be opened in the blink of an eye. Now, with the appearance of the infinite star, with the strength of the limitless group, they could even change Earth's orbit. Moreover, even if the sun disappeared, the creatures on Earth could still survive. This was because they could set up arrays, allowing the light and heat of the fire dimension to appear in the depths of the sky. At the same time, many mysteries of Earth have been explored, and there were even traces of prehistoric civilizations. Even some spatial faults have been discovered. This way, Earth had become a tourist attraction for many people. At this moment, in the original territory of China, on the Himalayas, countless people were sightseeing. The snowy mountains, glaciers biting cold winds, and the roof of the world were all fascinating. Other than that, there were also some ancient ruins here. Scientists had once discovered many spatial faults here. As a result, it attracted many explorers in an endless stream. The average vitality of modern people had already reached more than 1, which was many times better than when Jiangli was 5 years ago. With a vitality of 1, he was an ancient martial arts master, and his speed was comparable to a cheetah. He could kill a water buffalo with 1 punch. With this kind of physique, it was enough to enter some high mountains and icebergs. Is this Mount Everest, the highest mountain on Earth? I don't think it's high. It's easy to climb. A group of blonde Westerners climbed Mount Everest with their bare hands. They did not feel weak because of the lack of oxygen. On the contrary, they were full of energy because their vitality was above 1. Some of them even had vitality of 2 or 3. I heard that there's a prehistoric civilization in the Himalayas, and there are spatial faults. Why haven't we seen them? A man covered in golden hair shook his strong muscles. How can it be so easy for you to find them? Didn't you see that the explorers here are like ants? No one has discovered them. I think we might as well go to the bottom of the sea to see if there are any prehistoric civilizations of ancient Atlantis. A girl was carrying a backpack. With a slight jump, she was actually gliding in the air. Her vitality was 3. He had already learned how to use his innate stellar energy to control the airflow. Tell me, why is the limitless group so powerful? That Jiangli actually became the representative of the cultivation world. In this way, the ancient Earth will once again become the focus of civilization. I still like looking at young Tianyi's appearance. The more I look at him, the the better he looks. The woman slowly descended and took out a book from her backpack. It was The Theory of the Freedom of the Soul, and it even had Tiany's signature on it. She caressed it lovingly. All right, we're done here. We've reached the peak of the roof of the world. Let's go to the ocean and explore Atlantis. We'll take the aircraft there. A man waved his hand, and a large insect-like aircraft flew over from afar. This flying machine is really useful. It doesn't use any metal, and it's made entirely of high-tech crystal cell biotechnology. It's rumored to be the technology of the Zerg race. A few of them were praising it. It's cheap, and it flies really fast. A few years ago, before the Limitless group came out, this kind of aircraft couldn't be bought or sold at all. Only the elite zone had a monopoly. Now, it has really flown into millions of households, and the elite zone's advantage has been completely dismantled. The Limitless group is really the hero of humanity's liberation. The group of people were all discussing. A few years ago, this kind of aircraft wasn't even developed at all. That's true. At that time, there really wasn't any Zerg technology. I heard that 5 years ago, President Jiang Li wasn't even as strong as us. I wonder how he grew. Everything depends on fortuitous encounters. Now that we're exploring everywhere, we might have some fortuitous encounters. Let's go and find the Atlantis civilization. The few of them were about to take the aircraft and fly away. At this moment, Mount Everest shook violently, as though an earthquake was about to happen. Snow and ice crashed down, causing a huge avalanche. In an instant, this place became a disaster. This place had already become a tourist attraction, and there were already a lot of people in the first place. An earthquake, without warning, would definitely cause a lot of casualties. Many ear-piercing screams resounded, and all kinds of aircraft flew around in the sky. The group of people also sat in the aircraft. It's nothing. It's just an earthquake and an avalanche. This area has very frequent geological activity. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the entire huge Mount Everest suddenly exploded from the bottom. Then it began to disintegrate with crackling sounds. The stones on it flew into the sky one by one, and then fell into the distance in a daze. The highest peak on Earth, Mount Everest, disintegrated just like that. It was gone. What exactly happened? What a powerful force. The group of people carefully controlled the aircraft. The light waves emitted from the aircraft shattered the rocks, and many people who were climbing the mountain were turned into meat paste. In the sky, many aircraft were flying around randomly. Countless people discovered a strange phenomenon. After Mount Everest exploded, a huge Dahe cave and seal appeared at the bottom. It seemed as though the entire mountain was used to suppress some terrifying existence. Whoosh! The seal broke, and a black figure appeared in the black hole. This black figure was very tall, but he was not a giant. He was as tall as an ordinary person, but his aura was monstrous. He had a spiraling horn on his head that looked like a pattern. Clearly, he was not human. Myriad world, celestial sphere, I've finally found you. My race was the first to discover this place. Haha. A powerful spiritual wave came from the black figure, covering the sky and turning the earth upside down. It was a cultivator of the Great Path realm. This person finally appeared from the black hole of the seal, revealing his true appearance. He wore a long black robe that seemed to interweave with the night. The horns on his head were even more ferocious, and his face was similar to a human's. However, he had fangs, and there was a ferocious trident mark between his eyebrows. My race has finally found the myriad world celestial sphere, opened the passage here, occupied this planet, and refined the myriad world celestial sphere. In the past, my ancient king of the Ikshas came here, but he disappeared. This ancient passage was sealed by someone. Now, my race has descended again and taken control of this place. This means that we have taken control of all the worlds. Behind him, a dense army could be seen charging out. All of them were experts of the Ikshar race. A civilization has actually been born here, and it's very powerful. Not bad, not bad. This civilization can be used as a sacrifice for my race. We'll capture all the living creatures. He grabbed out. Instantly, with him as the center, All the aircrafts in the entire mountain range stopped, and then countless people started wailing and howling. All of them were projected toward him. Beep, 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 an ear-piercing alarm rang out. This time, it was on planet Infinity. Jiangli was cultivating when a wave of fluctuation suddenly woke him up from his cultivation. He saw a red alarm on his optical computer. This is bad. Whoosh. Dream Kite rushed in. President, something big has happened. The Himalayas on Earth have collapsed, and Mount Everest has disappeared. A space-time black hole has appeared under the disappeared mountain, and a large number of yikshaws are pouring out of the black hole. Yikshaws! Jiang Li's heart tightened, and his hair stood on end. It wasn't that the yikshaws were ferocious, but the breaking of the seal meant that the myriad realm celestial sphere had begun to activate. If this continued, more and more races would appear on Earth, and the entire solar system would become a battlefield. Earth, the home planet of mankind, would soon fall. With a thought, a three-dimensional image of Earth appeared in front of him. Then it expanded, and he saw the Himalayas. Indeed, it was a mess. It wasn't the original mountain range. A great Tao expert. Jiang Li's eyes landed on a black silhouette. This black silhouette was fighting against a white-clothed expert. A huge array enveloped the entire Himalayas. That white figure was Little Darch. Little Darch was the first to rush over when Earth was in trouble. There are heavy casualties. Little Darch is already there. This time, a total of 5,346 humans have died. It's very tragic. The news all over the world knows about this. Now, the army has entered the first level of combat readiness. There's no way to hide it, Dream Kite said. I'll go immediately. So many humans have died. There's no way we can coexist peacefully. Even a great Tao expert must be eliminated. Jiangli stood up. Let's go. I'm afraid we'll have to think about this at length. As the saying goes, there are internal and external troubles. I'm afraid that if we don't handle this well, the church will use this matter to attack you. They'll say that you've cooperated with the cultivation world's heavenly will and brought demons here. They should be punished and incite people's hearts. Dream Kite's view was no longer about external enemies, but internal ones. Other than that, they'll also use this as a pretext. Meng Jiangnan will even issue the highest presidential decree to recruit the Limitless Group. He'll also investigate the Limitless Group and accuse us of colluding with extraterrestrials. This way, the situation might be turned around by them. That's a good point. We do have to guard against them. How do you plan to deal with them? Jiangli paused. Dream Kite was indeed an expert at political warfare. We'll be the first to reveal a series of information. We'll say that Earth is a celestial sphere that's connected to many dimensional passages. We'll also point out that it's the church who's doing this. This time, I can say with certainty that the ancient angels behind the church are playing tricks, opening all kinds of passages on Earth. In short, those who strike first gain the upper hand, and those who strike later suffer the consequences. Dream Kite said, Actually, I've already thought of a series of countermeasures. Senior Wang Chao told me that many of the ancient relics left by the church on Earth are actually formations. Think about it. The church has been operating on Earth for so many years. How could they not have left behind some things? You have concrete evidence? Jiangli asked. Of course, but I'm hesitating whether to reveal it or not. Once I do, the church will really be finished. But this will also make them desperate. The ancient angels will attack humans, and will be attacked from both sides. Human civilization will suffer a destructive blow, Dream Kite said. You've thought it through. Jiangli thought about it. I'll leave everything to you. You'll do better than me in this situation. As he spoke, his body flashed. He arrived on Earth. Little Darch made his move. He cast the life and death formation and covered the entire Himalayas, preventing the destructive energy waves from spreading out. Otherwise, a great Tao expert could completely refine an entire planet. Chapter 516. The whole world was on edge. A black hole had appeared on Earth, and enemies were invading. Every planet was in a state of emergency. The chief god planet had crossed through space and time and entered the solar system. At the same time, the Limitless Group made an announcement. Dream Paper Kite had the upper hand. She immediately announced the secrets of Earth, but she did not reveal the secrets of the church. Instead, she vaguely insinuated that this was caused by an evil force among the humans, and that many ancient ruins have been set up on Earth. The Limitless group's public opinion was very strong. Once they started spreading the news, they immediately took over. All of this made the plans of Jiang Nailan, Meng Jiangnan, and the church go up in smoke. Whoosh! Jiang Li went to Little Emperor's side and threw a punch at the shadow of the great Tao realm. His punch would last until the end of time. Lord Little Emperor, you just need to hold the line for me. Also, keep a close eye on everything on Earth. I'm afraid that other seals will break. I'll kill this person. Jiang Li was confident that he could deal with this great Tao-level powerhouse. His cultivation was not what it used to be. Although he hadn't become a saint, after 100 days of cultivation, he had comprehended and created the infinite divine fist. He had also gone to save the cultivation world's heaven's will and defeated his inner demons. He had obtained great achievements and improved the infinite divine fist. Finally, he had signed with heaven's will everywhere and learned his every move. His infinite divine fist had reached the pinnacle. You're not a saint, yet you want to fight me? The great Tao-level powerhouse of the Yiksha race smiled disdainfully and punched out as well. The two fists collided and shook each other. Jiang Li's fist technique was ever-changing in that instant. Strange peaks suddenly rose up, and in the blink of an eye, his spirit exploded. His fist intent enveloped the entire area, fusing together with the third universe's mysteries of the fall of the gods and the ultimate limit of the infinite stars. Crackle, crackle. The attack of the great Tao-level powerhouse of the Yiksha race was completely nullified. He was instantly stunned. Ultimate limit. Jiang Li's will swept through the area. With a grab, a wave of power from the infinite stars floating in the sky fused with him. Not only did it envelop the Himalayas, but also restored countless rocks, soil, terrain, and even animals and plants. The AI of Planet Infinity had long since recorded the topography of many places on Earth. Even the slightest bit of soil had precise data in case of a destructive attack. Jiang Li used the power of the Emperor's relic, as well as the power of the Lord Gods, to restore the collapsed Himalayas and Mount Everest to their original state was akin to duplicating them. In a large-scale game, after the mountain range was destroyed, the system could instantly repair it. Although this was the real world and not an online game, the power that Jiang Li possessed was close to the power of creation. Restoring a mountain range was nothing to him. What a powerful race! The great Tao-level powerhouse of the Yiksha race was secretly shocked when he saw this. Although this Jiang Li in front of him was not a saint, he gave off an extremely terrifying power. Actually, when Jiang Li was on Earth, he could still use 50% of the AI of the Lord God. He was indeed not weaker than a great Tao-level powerhouse. In addition, the Emperor's relic had been nourished by the fate of all mankind and was extremely powerful. Combined, Jiang Li was also one of the strongest people. In a one-on-one fight, he might not lose to Jiang Nailan and Little Darch. Who are you? Are you the leader of the civilization on the myriad worlds, celestial sphere? The great Tao-level powerhouse of the Yiksha race sent out a mental wave again. Invader. Jiang Li's mental wave spread out. I don't care whether you are a Yiksha or a Vajra. You invaded our planet and killed our people. Don't think of escaping today. You must accept our judgment. What a joke. The passage to the myriad world's celestial sphere has been opened. The Yikshas will keep invading. You planet natives will be sacrificed sooner or later. Come out. My people, Yiksha divine curse. Rumble. Below Mount Everest, the giant Dahe cave kept spinning and brewing. Many Yikshas rushed out of it. There were tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of them. Just like the Zergs, there was no telling how many there were. The Yikshas had extremely strong vitality. This was described in detail in ancient records. There were also legends on Earth about the flying Yikshas. They were kind of ghost god. However, humans on Earth had never encountered a real Yiksha when they traveled through space. It was said that the Yikshas were mysterious, powerful, cruel, and well-organized. They were also a race that excelled in technology and cultivation. Their technology was very strong, and they could make powerful warships, armor, and weapons. They were also very talented. The Yakshas were good at absorbing and fusing all kinds of energy. Their cultivation speed was thousands of times faster than that of humans on Earth. In fact, the bodies of humans on Earth were not suitable for cultivation. This was because their genes had been modified by the angels. They wanted to cultivate humans to be very weak and easily troubled by old age and death. However, generations of ambitious humans tried their best to understand and change this problem. Finally, they broke through the shackles and obtained the profound meaning of cultivation. They were able to improve their genes. Countless Yakshas rushed out like a tide. The spiritual waves of each Yaksha were connected, and they started singing the Yaksha divine curse. Ancient waves rang out, and the world was frozen. A terrifying melody was sung in the depths of space, and the sound of sacrifice could be heard. Bang! Zhongli was hit by the Yaksha divine curse and couldn't dodge at all. His body was hit by a huge hammer, and he was almost smashed into pieces. Ghost God Great Tao, rumble. The Yaksha Great Tao expert let out a long roar. His spiritual waves were extremely ear-piercing, and they could tear the continents apart. My army is 10 billion of my people, and they are praying together to form the Yaksha divine curse. No matter how strong you are, you will die. A majestic great Tao erupted from the body of the Yaksha expert. This great Tao was pure black, and black waves surged. In the waves, countless ghosts and gods floated and struggled. It was like the river of helplessness in hell. This was the helplessness wave. The ghost god Great Tao appeared. This great Tao was ranked at the top of the countless great Tao, and it was also the source of evil. It belonged to the evil path. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The ghost god Great Tao rushed over and immediately wrapped around Zhongli. Yaksha divine curse descended from the sky. This Yaksha divine curse was integrated into the depths of the ghost god Great Tao, and its aura was even more majestic. It had moved hell to the human world. Kill! Zhongli roared. He knew that the battle in front of him was very dangerous. If he was not careful, he would be dragged into it and be smashed into pieces. Moreover, he had to finish this battle as soon as possible. No one knew if there were other passages on Earth that hadn't been opened yet. If all of them were opened, the entire human race on Earth would be destroyed. According to normal logic, an ordinary great Tao expert could refine a planet. If an even stronger expert could refine the solar system, it wouldn't be surprising. Actually, compared to the entire universe, a small solar system was like a speck of dust. Even if the Milky Way was magnified, the solar system wouldn't be visible. The seas will dry up and the rocks will crumble. There will be no beginning and no end. There will be no life and no destruction. There will be no law and no heaven. The gods will create the world. Under this kind of pressure, Zhongli erupted with a powerful fighting strength. He fully displayed the profoundness of the infinite divine fist. Each of his fists was a work of art that excelled the heavens. They were the work of the gods and brought forth the powerful destructive power of the third universe. One could vaguely see that the entire sky had darkened. Day had turned into night. Countless stars appeared, and those stars emitted rays of light that blessed Jiang Li's body. There were stars from the Milky Way. Other than that, there were also rays of light from all sorts of galaxies. They gathered majestically on Jiang Li's body. This wasn't energy or starlight, but a kind of planet's will. At this moment, Jiang Li seemed to understand some of the fluctuations of the third universe. He had a feeling that the Tao begets one, one begets two, two begets three, and three begets all things. Infinite future. He once again used the seventh move of the infinite divine fist. Infinite future was to firmly grasp the endless changes of the future in his hands. When this move was used, it actually resonated with the third universe again. Bang! With one punch, the great Tao of ghosts and gods was shattered by Jiang Li. It once again turned into dozens of nomological laws, and the Yaksha expert was forced to retreat. Jiang Li punched again, chasing after the Yiksha expert. This punch surpassed the seventh move, infinite future, and directly reached a new shore. He seemed to have really leaped over the sea of bitterness of life and entered a new realm. Infinite divine fist, infinite liberation. With this punch, he seemed to have obtained great liberation. The fist was no longer a fist, and the person was no longer a person. Jiang Li's fist seemed to have broken away from the level of martial arts and stepped into the realm of immortals. With one punch, the Yiksha mantra collapsed, and an invisible force spread out, wriggling. In an instant, the Yikshas who had flown out from the depths of the tunnel and the mountains were all turned into dust. No, not even dust was left. Energy, matter, or anything tangible or intangible was left behind. That was the true liberation. Jiang Li's move, infinite liberation, could be said to have dissolved everything. From existence to nothing, it was very thorough. Even a great Tao expert couldn't do this. Crack, crack. Under this punch, the great Tao expert was forced to retreat all the way into the depths of the black hole. Kid, I'll be back. This tunnel has already been exposed, and even a seal can't seal it. The aura of the myriad worlds' celestial sphere has already begun to spread to all planes. This place will become the focus of all worlds sooner or later. Seal. Jiang Li ignored them. His hands formed various hand seals, and a powerful force sealed the black hole. Then he waved his hand, and instantly, the countless rocks on the ground condensed into a mountain that was even taller than Mount Everest, and fiercely pressed down on the black hole. He flew up, his fingers trembling incessantly as he carved runes on the surface of the mountain. They were runes, just like what the Buddha had done to suppress the Monkey King in the past. He carved incantations on the mountain peak to communicate with the divine power of various dimensions and seal this passage forever. But he knew that this was definitely not reliable. The Ikshas weren't something he could fight against, and the aura of the myriad world celestial sphere seemed to have spread throughout all worlds. Many worlds would descend here. Could it be that Earth had really reached the end of its road? Chapter 517. The great Tao cultivators of the Yiksha race and many other Yikshas were barely suppressed, but this wasn't safe. Unless Jiang Li was a god, he couldn't suppress it. If more than 2 great Tao cultivators tried to refine it, the seal would be destroyed. Immediately issue an emergency migration order. Move all humans on Earth to Infinite Star. Jiang Li began to issue the order. His order was immediately passed on to the departments of the Limitless Group. Beep, beep, beep. At this time, the photon computer released a message. It was the human government, the Parliament, the Senate, and the President's office that issued a joint order for the cultivators of Earth to go to the main God planet for a meeting. To carry out the mass migration of humans on Earth, the government had to make the decision. Although the Limitless Group was very powerful now and could completely replace the government, according to the law, the migration order had to be decided by the Senate and Parliament together. Also, the vote had to be open and fair. Jiang Li couldn't issue an immediate migration order. His body flashed, and he immediately appeared on the main God planet because he had 50% of control. Now that the main God planet was in the solar system, near Earth, he was ready to suppress any disturbances at any time. This time, it was a naked invasion. It was different from the last time when the giants were at sea, which was uninhabited. Moreover, the Bermuda Triangle was originally a military base, and there were many tourists in the Himalayas. If thousands of people were killed or injured, it would set off a huge wave. It was impossible to hide it. In the Parliament Hall of the World, countless cultivators gathered. Meng Jiangnan's expression was excited, and he seemed to be glowing again. No matter what, he was now the president and could still give orders. And Jiang Nailin also appeared beside him. Her expression was calm, and no one knew what she was thinking. However, Jiang Li felt that Jiang Nailin was now truly unfathomable. It seemed that her cultivation had increased by a huge level again. Could it be that Jiang Nailin has really condensed 2 great Tao? Jiang Li was shocked. Jiang Nailin's strength was the strongest after Wang Chao, and she had always been at the top. She had long since cultivated the great Tao of immortality, and she had already prepared the various laws of the second great Tao, the great Tao of judgment. She was only one step away from fusing the laws together and finally cultivating the second great Tao, and her strength would increase tenfold. As soon as Jiang Li appeared, Jiang Nalin's eyes suddenly burst with dazzling light and then dimmed down. The Pope also stood beside Meng Jiangnan. Other than that, all sorts of grand marshals, meditative realm experts, elders, parliament members, and generals were all gathered here. This time, it was an emergency meeting of the world. Once something really big happened, the president had the right to convene an emergency meeting and gather all the powerhouses on Earth. Countless media outlets were reporting on this matter. Everyone's here, right? Why aren't the saints of the Limitless group here? Seeing that everyone was here, Meng Jiangnan waved his hand, and the scene quieted down. He looked at Jiangli. More than half of the saints on Earth belonged to the Limitless group, such as Hua Lu Dao, Zi Changye, and Little Darch. Without the saints here, there was no beginning for today's meeting. I'm the president of the Limitless group, and I have full authority to represent this matter. They are operating the Limitless Star at full power, monitoring every move on Earth at all times, and entering a state of emergency preparation. Jiang Li said, "They have entrusted me with full authority. What I say is what they say." Then he looked at the Pope. "So it's you, Your Holiness. If I'm not wrong, you've already become a saint. Why don't you sign the saint agreement? Are you trying to escape the obligations of a saint to humanity? I've just ascended and haven't reached perfection yet. I'm in seclusion, and naturally, I'll sign the saint's agreement later," the Pope said hurriedly. The Pope hurriedly said. He didn't expect Jiang Li's eyes to be so sharp, able to see through his cultivation with a single glance. Humanity is in troubled times now, and I don't want any internal problems. Jiang Li was aggressive and didn't let the Pope go. "It doesn't take long to sign the saint's agreement. You have to sign it immediately, or I will punish you according to the contents of the saint's agreement." Jiang Li's words were obviously disrespectful to the Pope. If it was in the past, the Pope's call would immediately cause all sorts of attacks from the public, causing Jiang Li's reputation to go down the drain. Even the Limitless group would be shrouded in a shadow. But now, after the theory of the freedom of the soul came out, the Church's reputation would be tarnished. It had no rallying power at all. "Saint Jiang Nalin, you've also signed the saint's agreement. It says that as long as someone becomes a saint, they have to sign it immediately. Otherwise, all the saints will gang up on them. Now, in front of so many people, what do you say? Also, President Meng Jiangnan, what do you say?" Jiang Li asked. Meng Jiangnan was a little hesitant. Ever since he went through the impeachment, he was a little afraid of human rules. But the Pope was someone who had given him a lot of benefits, so he didn't know what to say. "Pope, go sign the saint's agreement." Jiang Nalin waved her hand, and a passage opened up. In the depths of the passage was a hall with a fake clay tablet. An old man sat beside the fake clay tablet. This old man was the one who guarded the fake clay tablet. He basically didn't say anything and didn't interfere with anything. He was like an invisible existence. He didn't have an identity and wouldn't come out to do anything. He had been guarding the tablet since the era of the country. The Pope looked deeply at Jiang Nalin, got up, walked through the passage, and signed the fake clay tablet, leaving his palm print on it. Under such circumstances, he really didn't have any other choice. "Okay, I'm calling for an emergency military conference. Does anyone have any objections? Something big has happened on Earth. The passage has been opened, and the powerful Yikshas have invaded." Meng Jiangnan said, "We received this news as soon as possible. What we should do now is to have a vote. My personal suggestion is to defend Earth to the death. We can't give up. Earth is our home. We must protect it, even if we have to die." "I object." Jiang Li glared at Meng Jiangnan. He knew what this man meant. He couldn't wait for humanity to waste all their strength on Earth to fight against the other races. At the same time, it would tie down the power of the Limitless group. Then, he could do whatever he wanted. Earth is the celestial sphere of the infinite worlds, a mysterious artifact. It's the passage between the worlds. I'm sure everyone knows that I suppressed the giant incident last time, and the Yiksha's invasion this time. There will be more races invading in the future. I suggest we move all the humans on Earth to planet Infinity to avoid casualties. Then we can make plans. Otherwise, we won't be able to fight our enemies. Oomph. The Pope snorted. I think it's very suspicious. You've been working with the cultivation world's divine will for such a problem. Are you colluding with the divine will to overthrow humanity and take power for yourself? The Church has been operating on Earth for many years. There are many ancient relics inside. Now, these relics are starting to come into effect. I suspect that your Church is about to be destroyed by the truth of the theory of freedom of the soul. So you activated the old formation to open the passage between Earth and the other worlds. Zhongli already had evidence. He didn't throw it out now because he was afraid that the Church would do something desperate. If you say that, I can totally sue you for slander. The Pope's expression didn't change. Okay, how do we deal with the current situation? Either we carry out a great migration or we protect Earth with all our might. Everyone, let's vote, Jiang Nailan said. Earth must be protected, a counselor said. A representative said, everyone knows that we were all born on Earth, so we can't give up on this feeling. Apart from that, if an ancient almighty really refined Earth, wouldn't our souls be enslaved? Earth and many humans had various connections. If an ancient power really refined Earth, it would really be very dangerous. The souls of humans on Earth would be enslaved by the ancient power, and the entire race would become the walking dead. I don't mean to give up on Earth. I mean to migrate a large number of humans and leave only the powerhouses, Zhongli said. No, we humans on Earth haven't experienced a battle for a long time. Only in killing will talents emerge. A nation doesn't rely on the protection of powerhouses, but on ourselves. I don't think humans on Earth need to evacuate. We need to call more humans to enter Earth to fight. In such a battle, we can train our courage, condense our blood, and obtain the spirit of martial arts. A marshal disagreed with Jiang Li's view. I can't give up Earth. I don't agree either. Beep, beep, beep. After a round of voting, some counselors agreed to migrate while others didn't. After 10 minutes, the vote was successful. Those who didn't agree to migrate actually made up 80% of the vote. Very good. It seems that everyone doesn't agree to migrate. That's right. President Meng Jiangnan said proudly, next, we will discuss how to protect Earth. I will even issue a call for many powerhouses to enter Earth to protect it and stimulate everyone's blood. Jiang Li frowned. This matter was really troublesome. He didn't know how many humans would die. In fact, using Earth as a battlefield was a good thing, but the key was that everyone had to work together. However, Meng Jiangnan, Jiang Nailan, and the Church weren't ambitious people who took humans seriously. This way, humans might suffer heavy losses. I think the Limitless Group is making a big fuss over a small issue. There hasn't been a large-scale invasion on Earth. It's just that the Yikshas blew out the mountains. Haven't they been suppressed? Meng Jiangnan said, since the vote is out, I now announce that the 1st Division, 2nd Division, and the 10th Division will all be stationed on Earth. Every city on Earth will be guarded by soldiers. The cities will be under military management. During special times, special treatment will be given. Chapter 518. Since the results of the vote are out, I won't say much. Go back and make some arrangements. There's one thing I want to make clear. If humans on Earth are in danger, I will definitely bring some people to Infinity Planet to live. This is humanitarianism. Jiang Li didn't want to say more. His body flashed and disappeared. Meng Jiangnan, Jiang Nailan, and the Pope looked at each other. They were all scheming. Immediately, the military started to move, and battleships arrived from many distant planets. All of the humans in the world knew that Earth had been invaded by extraterrestrials, and they were no longer unfamiliar with the extraterrestrials. Instead, they were incredibly excited, and even students became hot-blooded and warlike. They all wanted to go to Earth and kill the invading extraterrestrials. Jiang Li couldn't do anything about it. He could only be vigilant at all times. He knew that humanity's calamity would come sooner or later. If the calamity had been delayed by a few decades or even 100 years, the entire human race would have expanded thousands of times. Moreover, the Church, Meng Jiangnan, and Jiang Nalan would have been driven out by him. Humanity would have entered a golden age. But now, humans were still too weak. Whether it was the giants or the Yikshaws, they couldn't withstand a single blow. The weakest of the Yikshaws have vitality of more than 10 or even dozens. The average vitality of humans was only a little more than 1. Even technology couldn't help them. The Yikshaws also had powerful technology that was even more advanced than Earth's. What do we do now? Zhongli returned to the depths of Infinity Planet and immediately called for an internal meeting of the Limitless Group. Little Dharch, Hualu Dao, Dreamkite, Zichanya, and the other core members were all present. They started an urgent discussion. Humanity is going to face a major reshuffle. We can't stay calm anymore, Dreamkite said. From now on, we have to be prepared to break with the government. I think Meng Jiangnan and Jiang Nalan have started working with the angels. The war is about to start. It will start from Earth and then expand. The passage to the dragon dimension is about to open. I have a feeling. Long Yueji's expression was solemn. Perhaps, in the next moment, the sky dragon will descend. At that time, the experts of our dragon clan will be countless times more powerful than the Yiksha clan. I'm afraid that the moment the sky dragon descends, not only the capital, but also the 36 Hua cities will be turned into ashes. The people inside will not be able to survive. It's a pity that the human government has decided that they can't migrate, and they're even calling for more people to head to Earth. They're simply exterminating the human race. The humans on Earth are so weak now. So how can they compare to the powerful races of the tens of thousands of worlds? This matter is indeed worth discussing. The descendant of the Dragon Clan might not even be a great Dao expert, but someone who has cultivated several great Dao and condensed a virtual godhood. He is a supreme existence as powerful as the cultivation world's heavenly will. Zhongli seemed to be a little angry. Once such a person appears and carries an offensive nature, the entire solar system will be completely enveloped. Everything will be turned to ashes, and all humans will be wiped out in an instant. Under such circumstances, he still calls for humans to go to Earth. Isn't that courting death? In for a penny, in for a pound, in for a pound. Let's just destroy the government. Hua Ludao said calmly. They're the ones who are endangering human safety. If we do this, it won't be considered a violation of the Saints' Agreement. This way, we'll be destroying the order ourselves. Moreover, it's not the most dangerous time yet. Zhongli thought about it and was a little tempted, but he ultimately rejected this idea. Now that the invasion of Earth has been temporarily resolved, we'll immediately attack the government. Won't we be criticized to death that way? This is practically directly provoking a civil war. In the future, it'll be difficult to stabilize the hearts of the people and establish order. But we can't just watch as a powerful existence suddenly appears and turns everything to ashes, right? Hua Youdao's eyes were sharp. He was an authentic human from Earth, and his way of thinking was different from others. We'll keep an eye on Earth at all times, and we'll start a large number of immigrants and gather talents. We need to preserve the tinder of human civilization. Zhongli thought about it. Although the government rejected the plan of the Great Migration, we have to make final preparations. Once something goes wrong, we'll immediately hide in the cultivation world. My infinite star has already communicated with the cultivation world's heavenly will. Once something goes wrong, we'll immediately move. Beep, beep, beep. While they were discussing, suddenly, another alarm was called. On Earth, a spatial rift has appeared again, and a large number of monsters crawled out from it. It's located in the depths of the most ancient and primitive Sahara Desert on Earth. This ancient desert was originally a military base, but a large number of monsters appeared and instantly destroyed this military base. Now, these monsters have begun to run amok in the desert and attack the major cities. Some reporters reported this immediately. Zhongli saw that a giant Dahe cave had indeed appeared in the depths of the Sahara Desert. From the spatial rift, many monkey-like monsters ran out. These monkeys moved like the wind, and their claws were sharp enough to easily tear through steel. Moreover, their bodies were like steel, and they had no fur, as if they were forged from metal. This is a rare extraterrestrial creature called the Kali demon monkey. Its body structure is a mixture of flesh and metal. After one is killed, the moment it dies, it will condense into a metal ball in its body. This metal ball is very precious and can be used to forge various weapons and make various medicines. Now, a large number of human adventurers have headed to Africa and begun to kill these monkeys. The army has also set off to encircle and annihilate them with various weapons. As Zhongli looked at the report, he waved his hand. Immediately, his gaze and spirit pierced through the endless starry sky and landed on Earth. He had been to the Sahara Desert before, when he was advancing to the embryonic breathing realm and had conducted a human nuclear explosion experiment. He saw that the Kali demon monkeys were indeed jumping out of a Dahe cave, looking for flesh and blood. They were very excited, and each of them had a fierce look on their faces. Zhongli saw that the human army had appeared in the sky, and they were using warships to kill these devil monkeys. However, a large number of devil monkeys still rushed into the city and began to kill and eat people. In an instant, a large number of people died. However, the experts among the humans organized a counterattack and killed these devil monkeys. Zhongli did not take action, as he could see that this was also a form of training for the humans. The humans in the city had stabilized their footing, and they began to hunt to train themselves and obtain wealth. Some experts even entered the desert, as if they wanted to kill their way into the depths of the devil monkey's lair. I didn't expect the quality of the humans to reach this level. I have underestimated the explosive power of the humans. Zhongli thought about it. Indeed, humans needed the training of blood and fire to be able to truly grow. Global surveillance, global surveillance. In the Antarctic ice ocean, another space-time fissure has appeared. From the fissure, a large number of monsters are spewing out. The optical computer reported and broadcasted to the whole world. Everyone could see the black hole that appeared in the depths of the ice ocean. Then, creatures that were the size of humans but had wings on their backs appeared. These creatures were not afraid of the cold. When they appeared, their bodies were covered in raging flames and had a sulfuric smell. These are fire devils. From the memories of the giants, Zhongli knew that this was also a powerful race. They were fire-type creatures and were very powerful. Even an expert with a vitality of 2 might not be able to fight one of them alone. These fire devils were also very valuable. After killing them, their bodies would shrink and turn into fire gems. When a person wore these fire gems, the life essence within them would gradually circulate with the blood, greatly increasing the person's physical strength. These fire devils might not be able to deal with them barehanded, but if they are equipped with armor and various weapons, the humans will be able to deal with them very quickly. Zhongli looked. The human army and adventurers have also gone forward. Very good. At that moment, dozens of light spots appeared on the optical computer. These light spots were pictures of the space-time fissure. Zhongli was shocked. Isn't this a little too fast? The entire Earth was enveloped by countless satellites. The limitless star and the main god star did not even need satellites. They had already enveloped the Earth with powerful energy waves, allowing them to observe every corner of the Earth in detail. Even the sand could be seen clearly. At least 24 space-time fissure slowly opened in various places on the Earth, and all kinds of monsters shot out from them. Some of the monsters were like long snakes, some were like battleships, some were like cat-like demons, and some had human heads, but the bodies of cows and horses. All kinds of monsters appeared, as if they wanted to occupy the Earth in an instant. Fortunately, there were no particularly powerful beings like meditative beings or saints. It was possible that some of the passageways had sent small cannon fodder to test the waters to see if there were any powerful beings on the Earth. 24 hours passed. The situation on the Earth became more and more serious. There were more and more monsters. In the end, even the meditative beings in the army were mobilized. Only then did they begin to kill the monsters one by one. However, those passageways could not be sealed. This was because the entire Earth seemed to have produced a huge power that prevented the passageways from being sealed. Not good, not good. Jiang Li was observing the changes on the earth when Dreamkite suddenly ran over. He could not control himself. What's going on? Jiang Li suddenly had a bad premonition. Something happened to Lord Littledarch. Hurry up and go take a look. Dreamkite could not even complete her sentence. Jiang Li almost jumped up and went to the depths of the seclusion room. That was where the Emperor's profundity resided. The power of the myriad world celestial sphere has been activated. I do not know what will happen. In the depths of the secret room, a layer of dense sweat appeared on little Thearka's forehead. This puzzled Jiang Li. Littledarch, what's wrong? My time is up. Little Thearka's expression was calm. The power of the myriad world celestial sphere is really great. It is almost like the order of the heavenly Tao. Now, I feel that the power within it is starting to interfere with the heavenly Tao. Under the vast heavenly Tao, I might have already been exposed. What? Only then did Jiang Li know that little Thearka's Tao of life and death could not be concealed anymore. It was about to disappear completely. Chapter 519. Little Thearka's resurrection wasn't a true resurrection. He deceived the heavenly Tao and used the secrets of life and death to conceal his aura. It wasn't a big deal normally, but it would inevitably leak out when something big happened. Now, Earth's energy was gradually revealed. The secrets of the myriad world celestial sphere were the representation of the heavenly Tao's order. The heavenly Tao wasn't as simple as the cultivation world's will. It was the heavenly Tao of the many dimensions in the universe. It was a supreme rule in the unseen world. This supreme rule gathered together and affected every link of time and space. Little Thearka's life wasn't in his control. The life-death rule he cultivated was actually to conceal his aura to avoid being discovered by the heavenly Tao. Jiang Nailan had already discovered this. I'm afraid I can't hide it now. I'll die at any time. I can feel that the heavenly Tao has its eyes on me. It's useless to hide it. Littledarch sighed. Life and death are all for naught. I knew this day would come after my successful resurrection. Is there no other way? Jiang Li didn't want to believe this. Littledarch, you can't die now no matter what. You're the only great Tao expert in our limitless group. If you die, we won't be able to control the situation at all. Is there any way to save us? How about you leave here? Littledarch, the heavenly Tao's order is affected by the myriad world celestial sphere. You'll be fine if you leave here. Dreamkite followed. It's useless. It's like a wanted criminal. Can he live a peaceful life after he's been discovered? The great Tao of life and death is everywhere. It's useless even in the immortal world. Little Emperor let out another long sigh. Moreover, even if I don't die, I will die because my lifespan has already reached its limit. Even experts in the great Tao realm only have a lifespan of 10,000 years. My lifespan has already reached 10,000 years. There has to be a way. There has to be a way. Don't tell me the Grand Emperor relics and godhood can't revive your life force. Jiang Li felt like he was in a terrible predicament. There's no way, Littledarch said. Even gods can't stop the changes of the great Tao of life and death. Even the strongest gods will die. Furthermore, if I die this time, I'm afraid I won't even be able to preserve my soul brand. It can't be, it can't be. In this world, there are all sorts of strange things and endless changes. There are miracles in life and death because the world is impermanent. Nothing is fixed. Life and death are the same. Some existences have life and death, and some existences have no life and death. Jiang Li kept pacing around the secret room, revealing the uneasiness in the depths of his heart. This is how my infinite Tao is. It can change infinitely. Nothing is impossible. Even so, it still depends on strength. If you have the heaven's will of the martial world and the heaven's will of the celestial world, it wouldn't be a problem for you to heal me. You can definitely protect me. Little Emperor shook his head. Yes, the will of the cultivation world. He's strong enough to protect you. Jiang Li suddenly thought of this. No, although it's strong, it's not as strong as a god. Even a god can't save me. Little Monarch didn't have much hope. How could this be? Damn it, it's all because of the churches and the ancient angels. They activated the celestial sphere of the myriad worlds and affected the order of the heavenly Tao. Why are there all kinds of monsters on Earth? You won't be in danger at all. We must destroy them. Zhongli was really angry. Ever since he achieved the Tao, he rarely got angry, but now he couldn't hide his anger anymore. The churches all over the world were suppressed by him and were now on the verge of collapse. But this didn't affect the strength of the ancient angels at all. The ancient angels used their trump card right from the start. Now, Earth was in chaos. Monsters ran amok and killing was endless. Within 24 hours, it had become a bloody battlefield. This was still within the range of Jiang Li's tolerance. Now that even little Emperor was about to die, Jiang Li definitely couldn't tolerate it. Don't worry, I'll go now. Kill the ancient angels of the Tao. No, Jiang Li said. I'll capture them and sacrifice them to the will of the immortal world. That way, there'll definitely be a way to delay your death. That's one way. If I can capture 10 experts of the Tao, I can set up the grand formation of immortality that the Grand Emperor left behind. It's a formation that can prolong one's life. I can sacrifice the immortal world, and the will of the immortal world will descend to deceive the universal magical laws for me. Unfortunately, I can't move right now. I can only use my full power here to avoid dying immediately. All right, Jiang Li suddenly said. Then why did Meng Jiangnan ascend to the Saint Plane? It's impossible for him to cultivate by himself, so there's only one reason, and that's because he made a sacrifice. He made a sacrifice to the martial world's heavenly will. Under normal circumstances, even if he made a sacrifice, a cultivator of the Great Path wouldn't be able to reach this level, unless he made a sacrifice of something more worthy. Something like that is so precious that even the will of the heavens needs it. If Jiang Nailin doesn't have something like that, then it must be the ancient angels. If my speculations are correct, it must be primal chaos palea energy. Primal chaos palea energy is far superior to immortal energy and can evolve into the essence of the many heavens and myriad worlds. Considering how many dimensions there are in the universe, it's hard to find primal chaos palea energy. That said, deep in the angel folk is the everlasting well. Perhaps primal chaos palea energy exists there, but the bodies and souls of the angel folk are very special. They can't touch primal chaos palea energy, lest it contaminate them. Because of that, they can't use it themselves, but they can use it to do business with the other races. In this way, their race is extremely powerful. The Tao of Heaven is truly marvelous, Jiang Li said. I can't believe that the most useful primal chaos palea energy comes from the angel folk, who can't use it. If you can get your hands on primal chaos palea energy, Little Emperor said, then the power of the sacrifice would surpass that of a cultivator of the great Tao. In that case, Jiang Li said, chuckling, I'll go to Shitsi planet right now and try to learn more about the profundities of the angel folk. Hurry up, Little Emperor said. The best thing to do would be to destroy the spell formations on Shitsi planet. Unfortunately, I can sense that they're very powerful. You're not a saint yet, so you won't be able to fight them. If something goes wrong, the Limitless group will collapse. There are some angels on Shitsi planet who are no weaker than me. The more challenges I face, the more likely I'll be to break through. Jiang Li said, only danger can motivate me. The best way to stimulate one's life force is to face death and come back to life. I've already built up enough reserves, and I have plenty of magical symbols inside of me. I've already mastered the emptiness talisman, and now I'm just a step away from forming the emptiness talisman. Once I become a saint, I can flip heaven and earth upside down and seal the angels. Jiang Li wasn't bragging. Once he became a saint, his cultivation base would advance by leaps and bounds. His Grand Emperor Saraira would be complete, and his infinite God Fist would be able to reach the heavens in a single bound. At that point, he would be strong enough to fight a cultivator of the great Tao. There's no time to lose. I'll sneak into Shitsi planet. My infinite God Fist has perfect concealment abilities, and I can draw on the God power of the Grand Emperor Saraira. Don't worry. I'll bring the primal chaos palea energy out and sacrifice it to the will of the immortal world to reverse your fate. Whoosh! Jiang Li's body flickered, and he vanished. A moment later, he was a shadowy figure that appeared in the starry sky around Sheetsea Planet. Sheetsea Planet was now a shining crystal ball, and the intense sage light seemed capable of vaporizing everything. However, it didn't harm the human body. On the contrary, it cleansed the body of all impurities, leaving behind the purest form of the body. Breathing in the sage light for a while would bring great benefits. This was the true aura of heaven, and was also a way for the church to attract people. Even Jiangli didn't dare to enter it. He was trying to figure out what to do. Upon closer inspection, his body was formless, almost like a dream. Dream talisman. He made a grasping motion, and numerous magical symbols flew out of the Grand Emperor Saraira, wrapping around him. It really was a dream. Before becoming a saint, it was impossible to form two magical symbols. But Jiangli cultivated the emptiness talisman, which meant he could form the magical symbols of the dream talisman. However, he didn't store them in his body, but rather in the Grand Emperor Saraira. They were also like magical treasures. At this time, the power of the Grand Emperor's dream imprint was revealed. In the end, this was the true martial arts of the gods, and Jiang Li's infinite divine fist was only the most suitable for him. In terms of subtlety, it couldn't compare to the Grand Emperor's dream imprint. Fortunately, with Jiang Li around, the infinite divine fist would finally show its greatest power. After using the Grand Emperor's dream imprint, Jiang Li's body disappeared, turning into a dream and entering the Sheetsea Planet. The sage light didn't affect him at all. The Grand Emperor's dream imprint and the Grand Emperor Saraira became more and more mysterious. Because the Grand Emperor Saraira originally contained the dream talisman, when used together, the Grand Emperor's dream imprint's power would increase tenfold. Sure enough, as soon as he entered the Sheetsea Planet, Jiangli felt the densely packed space inside, like a beehive. The planet had been completely transformed into a space-time maze. Any expert who entered would be lost. Unfortunately, Jiangli had brought the Grand Emperor Saraira with him, and turned it into a dream, completely ignoring the space-time maze. That was the power of godhood. Even if the ancient angels on the Sheetsea Planet were stronger, they couldn't possibly have godhood. Therefore, this was Jiang Li's last chance. In just a short while, Jiang Li had broken through the layers of space-time, maze, and entered the deepest core. He discovered that there were many ancient and powerful energy fluctuations in the deepest part of the space. It was a dark space with many stars shining brightly. Each star represented an ancient angel. To Jiang Li's surprise, there was a pool of lightning in the starry sky. It was actually primeval god lightning, and within it floated numerous crystalline spheres, deep within which was primal chaos paleoenergy. Chapter 520. It really is primal chaos paleoenergy. Although I've never seen primal chaos paleoenergy before, I know it's the source of all living things. It can create infinite worlds and space-time. It's the purest essence of the primordial world, but it's very complicated. Angels can't absorb it, lest they contaminate themselves. It's a tonic to cultivators and even more important to the will of the world. But to angels, it's poison. No wonder they sealed it with a crystal ball. Jiangli didn't appear, but rather, he was observing the situation. The lightning pool was sealed by a powerful seal and contained strands of primal chaos paleoenergy. If Yang Qi made the slightest move, he might trigger the seal. Furthermore, with so many angels present, it would be difficult for two fists to fight four hands. It wouldn't be surprising if he died here. What do we do? Jiang Li was at his wit's end. It's already impressive that I was able to sneak in here. I definitely can't attack. Am I supposed to just wait here for an opportunity? But I can't afford to waste any more time. If little sovereign dies and his Tao vanishes, it'll be too late to resurrect him. Not even the will of the immortal world can do that. Jiang Li was trying to come up with a plan. All of a sudden, a mighty will swept through space-time. Ladies and gentlemen, you've activated the myriad world's celestial orb. Everyone, you've stimulated the myriad world celestial sphere's instincts, but it's still not much. We've only opened a few dozen small passageways. The real passageways that connect to the larger planes haven't been opened yet. What you need to do now is to set up a large formation again and open some passageways to the larger planes. For example, the dragon dimension. Once it's opened, the heavenly dragon will descend and the human race will basically go extinct. Even if it doesn't go extinct, the experts will be wiped out. Jiang Li's limitless group will definitely fight the heavenly dragon. We don't need to open many dimensions at once. Instead, we need to open them one by one. If we open all of them, we won't be able to control the situation. What we need to do now is open the dimension we've opened to Jiang Li's limitless group, and perhaps even Jiang Nailin. That way, they'll both be injured, and we'll be able to take advantage of them. It's like this. Which dimensional channel should we open now? I'm sure it's the dragon dimension, but the spy in the dragon dimension, Long Yueji, has become Jiang Li's wife. If there's any misunderstandings, wouldn't it be self-defeating? That's the Yiksha race. The Yiksha race will make a comeback. They aren't as powerful as the heavenly dragon race, but they have many experts. As long as a Yiksha king appears, they can turn the earth upside down. All right, then let's open up that passageway again. The seal has already collapsed once. Although that Jiang Li tried to seal it again, his level is too low. There's no way he can seal anything. We must pay attention to this child. He is not simple. Think about it. Someone who is not even a saint was actually able to defeat a cultivator of the great Tao realm and even seal him. Even the geniuses of our clan cannot do this. We should not kill him, but capture him and study him again. We have to dissect him and study him. He's worth studying. He's been using all sorts of tricks to suppress the church, but in our eyes, it's nothing more than child's play. Once true power descends, the order he painstakingly built up will crumble. He's nothing to worry about. There's no need to worry about him. After all, his cultivation level is too low. But we need to be careful of Jiang Nailin. He got our primal chaos paleo energy and has already formed 2 great Daos. I'm afraid he still has a lot of tricks up his sleeves. He's a stubborn dog, and if he gets the chance, he'll bite back at us. I can sense his thirst for primal chaos paleo energy. We need to be prepared at all times for him to sneak in and steal our primal chaos paleo energy. Haha, don't worry. We gave him the primal chaos paleo energy to bait him into taking the bait. Now that he's tasted the sweetness, he'll definitely try to steal it. We've already set up a spell formation here. Once he shows up, we'll capture him and implant a new soul into him. That way, he'll truly become our slave. Just wait. I'm sure that he'll come in a few days. Even though he's cultivated 2 great Daos, Earth is already riddled with holes. He knows that he's not strong enough right now, especially with the appearance of the heaven's will in the cultivation world. The pressure on him is huge. Waves of spiritual fluctuations swept through the area. The primordial angels were communicating with each other. Jiang Li was sweating coldly. Thankfully, he hadn't acted rashly. If he had, the feast for Jiang Nailin would have fallen on his head. I need to be patient. If I don't, not only will I not be able to save little sovereign, but I'll also be trapped. Jiang Li calmed himself down and continued to lie in wait. Time passed, and under the immense pressure, his psyche entered a state of emptiness and spirituality. It almost seemed as if he were on the verge of a breakthrough. He knew that all he needed was the right opportunity to reach the sage level, and that was exactly what he was waiting for. Rumble. After an indeterminable amount of time passed, a huge force descended upon the Sheetsea star. This force was like a hot knife through butter, directly breaking through the layers of the spatial maze and reaching the deepest part. Then, in this dark space, next to the lightning pool, an imposing figure appeared. It was Jiang Nailin. Jiang Nailin had come to get primal chaos paleo energy. With enough primal chaos paleo energy, Jiang Nailin could even form virtual godhood. So, Jiang Nailin, you're here. One of the angels appeared in front of Jiang Nailin. We came prepared. Who would have guessed that you would force your way in? Just like you. So it's Isaac. Jiang Nailin chuckled. You archangelings have been harming humanity. I can't believe you used a spell formation to activate the power of the myriad world's celestial orb. I'm here to investigate, and as it turns out, you're up to no good. I'll have to notify Jiang Li about this, and then gather all of our forces to kill you. You're not going to do that, Isaac said. Besides, you don't care if humanity rises or falls. You're here for the primal chaos paleo energy. What a pity, Jiang Nailan said, looking at the primal chaos paleo energy in the lightning pool. You archangelings have the eternal well, but you can't use primal chaos paleo energy for yourselves. How about this? Give me all of the primal chaos paleo energy, and I'll work with you to kill Zhongli. I'll give you the Grand Emperor Saraira, as well as the photonic computers of the Lord God. We don't trust you, Isaac said. If you get the primal chaos paleo energy, you'll kill us immediately. We know how ruthless Jiang Nailan is. She'll burn the bridge after crossing the river. Besides, we knew you would come here. Did you really think you could escape? You think I don't know about this trap? Jiang Nailan said. I know. This lightning pool is connected to the lightning world. If I try to take the primal chaos paleo energy, the spell formation will activate. In fact, you'll even use the will of the lightning world to attack me. I've been through hundreds of battles. Don't tell me I don't know that. You know all about it. Isaac was surprised. I draw on the workings of heaven, and I draw on the great Tao of Pangu and the true will of Fuxi. I don't draw on the civilization of your archangelings. Of course I can predict the dangers, and even find a way to break them. Jiang Nailan said, Come out, you angels. Maybe we can have a chat. Jiang Nailan, one of the strongest angels in the area, descended. He wore a long linen robe and was none other than the Archangel Noah. Shockingly, he also emanated the aura of two great Taos. Archangel Noah, Jiang Nailan said, a serious expression on her face. You have two great Taos. One is redemption, the other is extermination. They're perfectly fused together. No wonder in ancient times, your God told you to exterminate the world. Although I'm not sure. Which of the angels is your God? Is it your archangeling's God? You don't need to know that. You're a human from Earth, and in some ways, you're just a guinea pig. We archangelings came to Earth in ancient times. We were a primitive civilization, and if that civilization didn't follow our path, we would have exterminated it. However, we would have saved their devout believers. Jiang Nailan, you're also a guinea pig. Although you won't admit it, that's the truth. Noah seemed to be trying to brainwash Jiang Nailan. I'm from the Chinese civilization, not the archangelings. Jiang Nailan flicked her finger. That has nothing to do with you. Our civilization is not the dragon folk, but rather the genes of Grand Emperor Pangu. The only difference is that the dragon folk are a bit more common in our civilization. In other words, your guinea pig is a Westerner. That has nothing to do with us. So, you really are heretics, Noah said, shaking his head. Jiang Nailan, do you really not want to leave this place? Well, that depends on whether or not you're strong enough to keep us here. Jiang Nailan said, Besides, I don't want to leave this place. I just want to get some primal chaos paleo energy. In addition, I want to destroy your cross. It's a magical treasure that I can use to cultivate a second nascent divinity. Whoosh! All of a sudden, Jiang Nailan waved her finger. That finger seemed to be the judgment of heaven itself, and it stabbed into Noah's forehead. It was the great Tao of judgment. Jiang Nailan's eternal life, Tao, wasn't very powerful, but because it was designed to extend lifespan, he had been planning to cultivate a second great Tao. And now, he had finally succeeded in cultivating the great Tao of judgment. When he attacked, he could judge anything and everything, and the power of his attacks surpassed his own limits. It was as if the natural laws of the Tao of heaven wouldn't tolerate him, and he would be judged by myriad worlds, never to be reincarnated. Chapter 521. The Grand Tao of Judgment is incredible. This is going to be a good show. Jiang Li's expression was one of excitement. If Jiang Nailan had come to get primal chaos paleo energy, he would have been able to take advantage of the situation. If she hadn't come, he wouldn't have had a chance. But now was not the time to make a move. That said, Jiang Nailan was obviously in a hurry to do something big. Could it be that Jiang Nailan wants to complete his virtual godhood and a third great Tao, and then take the Lord God's photonic computer? Jiang Li suddenly had an idea. Given Jiang Nailan's cautious personality, you would always plan things out before making a move. He would wait for the angel folk to fight him to the death before making a move. But now he was in such a hurry to get primal chaos paleo energy that he wanted to improve. Jiang Nailin knew the profundities of the martial world. If he sacrificed enough primal chaos paleo energy, he could use the will of the martial world to take control of the photonic computer. In that case, he would be able to become one with the device and become an expert with virtual godhood. He would be able to stand on equal footing with the will of the cultivation world. Otherwise, Jiang Nailin wouldn't be in such a hurry. Bam! Noah waved his finger. Redemption. It was also a great Tao. The two of them collided, but Jiang Nailin didn't budge an inch, while Noah retreated repeatedly, as if he was no match for her. How could you be so strong? Noah said, visibly shocked. My cultivation base is far higher than yours. How long has it been since you started cultivating? If we look at the age of cultivation, then the stone should be the oldest. Jiang Nailin chuckled disdainfully. The reason I dare to come here today is because I gained enlightenment of the most profound mysteries of your God items. No wonder the photonic computer of the Lord God is your God item. Only now do I realize how much of a counter it is to your people. Sadly, that punk Zhongli can't use it, and I didn't even gain enlightenment of it after becoming a great Tao expert. But now that I have primal chaos paleo energy and 2 great Taos, I understand some of the secrets of this God item. No wonder you're trying so hard to get it. The Prime God's AI was a divine artifact of the angel race, known as the Prophet's worship. This photon computer had long since contained the most powerful secrets of the angel race. However, humans had never been able to fully comprehend them. Jiang Nailin, on the other hand, had grasped some of them. Now that he had 50% control over the photon computer, he defeated Noah in one fell swoop. This was also the biggest reason why he came here. The Sovereign's AI has this sort of ability? Zhongli was shocked, but he was still unable to comprehend it. His realm was too low. Perhaps he would only be able to truly comprehend the abilities of the Master God after he became a saint. My Tao of eternal life was created by myself. Jiang Nailin slowly walked forward, forcing Noah to retreat. Next up is the Grand Tao of Judgment. I've gained enlightenment of another Grand Tao from the depths of the Legion God's photon computer, the Grand Tao of Foresight. When these 3 Grand Taos are combined, they can form a virtual godhood. That way, I'll be millions of times stronger than I am now. That's why I need primal chaos paleo energy, and you can't stop me. Ah, what a pity. If that punk Zhongli was willing to work with me, I could use the photon computer of the Lord God to wipe you all out. Unfortunately, he can't stop me now. The Grand Tao of Foresight? You really gained enlightenment of the Grand Tao of Foresight? Noah continued to retreat. Our Grand Tao of Foresight was lost long ago. It's in the depths of this photon computer. It seems I have to kill you. You're even more terrifying than Zhongli. You've mastered our quintessence. Die. Suddenly, a few more angels appeared. The ancient angel Isaac, the ancient angel Moses, the ancient angel Norway, the ancient angel Canaan, the ancient angel Gabriel, and the ancient angel Michael had all appeared. Among them, the ancient angel Moses was also an expert of 2 great Taos. In total, there were 7 angels. Of the 7, Noah and Moses were the strongest. This was because both of them were ancient figures and prophets who were famous in human history. Their incarnations walked the earth and spread the glory of God. After all, they had cultivated for so many years that they had 2 great Taos, and their fighting prowess was virtually limitless. Originally, with so many people joining hands, Jiang Nailin would not be a match for them at all. She would have been completely suppressed in an instant. However, Jiang Nailin suddenly released a force field from her body. World of Foresight. A vast cosmic torrent slowly emanated from his body. This cosmic torrent's aura had no effect on others, but to the ancient angels, it seemed to have met their nemesis. These ancient angels immediately trembled, and their cultivation bases dropped by half. This is the world of foresight, Noah roared. It's suppressing our minds. We can't unleash a sure kill attack in the world of foresight. That's right. I'm using the power of the Lord God's photonic computer to create the world of foresight, greatly suppressing your strength. You should know why I dare to come here. Actually, the reason you're so strong and why you haven't attacked and exterminated the humans is because you're afraid that the humans will control the photonic computer and completely suppress you. Also, you're afraid that Wang Chao will return. Back then, he used the will of the myriad world's celestial sphere to shoot down the Foresight ship. Jiang Nailan took a step forward. This time, I'll completely wipe you out. Jiang Nailan, you're too careless. Noah suddenly calmed down. We have so many angels. Do you think we can't deal with you? Even if you use the power of the world of Foresight, you're still no match for us. Heaven Realm, rumble. The 7 angels joined forces, and numerous great Daos flew out, forming a world. This was the Heaven Realm. Holy songs and hymns flowed down like a waterfall. Doomsday, Gospel, Sermon. The 7 angels unleashed a barrage of attacks, each one powerful enough to cause a massive tempest in the solar system. And yet, Jiang Nailan was able to deal with them calmly. To the end of the world, all of a sudden, Jiang Nailan unleashed a move that caused time to flow, causing the attacks of the 7 ancient angels to slow to a crawl. Holy shit! Jiang Li almost cursed it out loud. He had racked his brains to create this move until the end of time, but it was actually stolen by Jiang Nailan. Not only that, but it seemed that the pupil had surpassed the master. Jiang Nailan's move was very powerful. It contained many subtle transformations that far surpassed Jiang Li's own. His true energy pulsed, and countless transformations appeared. Bam! 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 The 7 fists were one, and each one was incomparably heavy. They bombarded the 7 ancient angels one after another, and each of the ancient angels was forced to retreat again and again. However, Jiang Nailan's body also produced a series of explosions. After all, his strength was limited, and the power of the 7 ancient angels was not to be underestimated. Of course, he was more interested in primal chaos palea energy than anything else. After forcing the ancient angel back with a single punch, Qin Wentian landed on the lightning pool and punched out again. Infinite Future. This fist strike contained even more transformations than before, and when it slammed into the lightning, it went completely silent and was replaced by a host of illusory images. There was a powerful seal on the lightning pool. Any attack would trigger it. However, Jiang Nailan's punch seemed to have found the source of the seal. It didn't trigger an attack, but rather, it unlocked the seal. The sealing marks on the lightning began to shatter, and the primal chaos palea energy within the crystal ball began to cry out in joy, as if it had found its master. Damn it, Jiang Nailan's boundless God Fist is actually stronger than mine. If I can sue him for copyright infringement, I'll definitely have to pay him for it. Jiang Li couldn't wrap his head around what was going on. However, he knew that Jiang Nailan's boundless God Fist was like giving him advice. After all, Jiang Nailan's cultivation level was much higher than his own, and yet Jiang Nailan had chosen to use his boundless God Fist in a critical moment. Clearly, he knew that his boundless God Fist was the culmination of heaven and earth. All right, Jiang Nailan said, this Jiang Li might be my enemy, but I have to admit that he's a consummate genius. If I hadn't watched him fight Meng Jiangnan and the other Yakshas, I wouldn't have known that he had created a martial discipline as powerful as this. The boundless God Fist is truly unprecedented. Unfortunately, his cultivation level is too low, and he hasn't perfected it yet. However, this boundless God Fist has given me a lot of inspiration and is extremely useful. However, I will create a fist technique that is even more majestic than this, a divine fist technique that will dominate the world. He unleashed another fist strike. Shockingly, this was Jiang Li's most powerful move. Boundless liberation. This was a sign of great liberation. In truth, it also contained a profound will of the great Tao of liberation. One had to know that the Grand Emperor's relic itself contained a great Tao of liberation. When Jiang Li was comprehending the profoundness of the relic, he had integrated the Tao of liberation into the depths of the infinite godly fist. Boundless liberation was unleashed, and 99% of the sealing marks were destroyed. However, there was still one final layer of light that blocked Jiang Nalin's attack. That's the final move of the Boundless God Fist. It seems I haven't had enough yet. Jiang Nalin's jaw dropped. He still hadn't been able to take the primal chaos palea energy, and he couldn't force his way into it. If he did, the true warding spells would activate, and the will of the lightning world would descend upon him. Although the will of the lightning world couldn't compare to the will of the martial world, it was still far stronger than a god spirit. If a god couldn't block it, he would be crushed to pieces. You can't break free of the final hexing curse. In the blink of an eye, the 7 ancient angels attacked once more. Noah's psychic fluctuations were filled with killing intent. Die, Jiang Nalin. Our final hexing curse is our secret curse, the Kingdom of Heaven God Curse. You won't be able to break it. Kingdom of Heaven God Curse. In the blink of an eye, the 7 angels had Jiang Nalin completely enveloped. A very serious expression could be seen on Jiang Nalin's face as he unleashed all 8 stances of the Boundless God Fist. Endless beginning and end, lifeless and destructionless, defying laws and principles, creating the world by the legion of gods, boundless future, boundless liberation. 8 moves in a row, and the battle with the 7 ancient angels truly began. Chapter 522. Salvation, World Destruction. Noia led the other angels, unleashing 2 great Daos at the same time. Each attack was focused on finding a weakness in Jiang Nalin's defense. Jiang Nalin casually brandished the Immortal Divine Fist, Infinite Divine Fist, Longevity Divine Fist, and all sorts of other fist techniques. She was almost at the point of perfection, giving off the feeling of an overlord of the martial way. Although he didn't have the will of the martial world that could make all the heavens submit to him, his fist techniques seemed to last forever and would never be extinguished. They were filled with charm. A heaven-shaking, earth-shattering battle was about to begin. A grand battle was about to break out. Jiang Li watched with rapt attention. Up to this point, he hadn't been discovered. That was because he hadn't made any moves yet. Watching Jiang Nalin fight, the angels had taught him many things. Although Jiang Nalin had stolen his infinite life God Fist, he had learned many new things from it. As of this moment, he had the feeling that he was on the verge of mastering the 9th stance of the infinite life God Fist. The infinite life God Fist could combine the power of each stance with the one before it, and push the power to the highest level. If Jiang Li gained enlightenment of the 9th stance, he would be able to use it to break the ceiling mark of the lightning pool and take all of the primal chaos palea energy back to planet infinity. With that, he could set up a spell formation for Little Sovereign. It was even to the extent that comprehending the 9th technique of the infinite divine fist might be the stepping stone for him to become a saint. As long as he comprehended the 9th technique, it would be equivalent to him taking half a step into the saint realm. You might be a bit clever, Jiang Nalin, but you're still no match for us. You'd have to get all of the photonic computers on the Godlord's ship to set up a seer world. Slowly but surely, Noia was gaining the upper hand. He waved his hand, causing 5 streams of energy to shoot out, and a host of swords appeared behind him. It was the Milky Way of 10,000 swords, each of which looked like a feather. Angel wings, angel sword, sword of wings. The majestic sword chi burst out, and feathers flew everywhere. With a single strike, the stars lost their color. It was as if the universe had collapsed from the middle, and the black hole had turned into a white hole. From the depths of the white hole, all kinds of condensed matter were ejected. Bang! Jiang Nalin suddenly took 8 steps forward and executed another 8 moves. The profound meaning of these 8 moves was different from the infinite divine fist. His fist traversed the 3 realms, and the feather swords dissipated under his fist technique. Fist to the 3 realms. He was like an undefeatable overlord. His palms turned into dragon claws, and his fists and claws struck out continuously. The entire cross star began to explode from within, shaking nonstop. The great formation and energy that had been condensed were all activated. Jiang Nalin, you really have to risk your life. When the ancient angel of Moses saw this, His face showed obvious anger. This is a suicidal way of fighting. Humph, it's your fault for opening the infinite realms, causing the situation on Earth to become more and more urgent. I can still wait and see, but now that the passages to the infinite worlds are opening one after another, and I have signed the Saints' agreement, I am duty-bound. You want me to perish together with the infinite worlds and the infinite races? How is that possible? Jiang Nalan punched again. This punch engulfed the mountains and rivers, swallowing and spitting out transformations. It was like an emperor's golden spear and armored horse, expanding outwards, wanting to dominate the world and expand his grand ambitions. Heaven's kingdom descends. The 7 ancient angels suddenly roared in unison, and a heaven's kingdom appeared above their heads, radiating light in all directions. The 7 of them raised the heaven's kingdom at the same time and threw it at Jiang Nalan. Kill! Jiang Nalan's roar was like thunder. Break your heaven's kingdom, break your will. So what if you are a god? So what if you are the Lord? In front of my iron fist, you can't even withstand a single blow? His fist technique and the heaven's kingdom continuously collided. Flames shot out from his body, and his skin exploded piece by piece. It seemed like he couldn't hold on any longer. Jiang Nalan, even if you have the divine power of the prophet's ship, you can't be a match for the 7 of us. We can summon the heaven's kingdom, and when it descends, all evil will disappear. The 7 ancient angels didn't give Jiang Nalan any chance at all. A special passage was opened. The power of the heaven's kingdom grew stronger and stronger, as if it was suppressing Jiang Nalan until he couldn't breathe. But this time, Jiang Nalan finally pulled out his trump card. Heaven and earth as one, boundless chaos, door of eternal life, path to heaven, source of divine abilities, root of nascent divinity. Tao fruit. Whoosh above his head, the phantoms of 3 great Taos appeared. Of these 3 great Taos, one was the Tao of eternal life, one was the Tao of judgment, and one was the Tao of prophet. Jiang Nalan had already cultivated these 3 great Taos to 99%. Now, Jiang Nalan was unleashing his trump card, piecing together the 3 incomplete great Taos and going all out to create an illusory Tao fruit. Originally, he hadn't cultivated the 3rd great Tao. If he forced it together like this, he would undoubtedly die. His entire body would explode, and even the Star River would be affected. But the great Tao of Prophet was connected to the chief god's AI, allowing him to temporarily complete many changes. A Tao fruit, which was also the shadow of an illusory godhood, appeared. Dazzling light filled the area as the heavenly palace appeared. Jiang Li suddenly felt like he had ascended to an immortal world and was looking around at all sorts of incredible sights. It was like a fruit filled with dreamy colors. There were no words that could describe its beauty. The heavenly kingdom of the 7 angels crumbled, and Jiang Nalan coughed up a mouthful of blood. He was no longer as calm and collected as before, as he realized that this level of attack was beyond what he could handle. "You're not a match for me," Yang Qi said. "If I dare to come here, then I'm confident in my ability to win. Although I can't kill you, I can still take your primal chaos palea energy with ease." Jiang Nalan took one step at a time, forcing her way closer and closer to the lightning pool. She was about to unleash another transformation to open it up. "Now's the time," Jiang Li said. He appeared out of nowhere and unleashed a fist strike. This was not the 8th stance of the unbounded God Fist, but rather the 9th. Jiang Li's fist strike seemed to cause a tempest to spring up. It wasn't a cosmic tempest, nor was it a destructive interstellar tempest. It was the wind of freedom. Amidst the wind generated by his fists, everything gained freedom. Everything was truly liberated. "Ha ha!" Jiang Li let out a long laugh. "Jiang Nalan, you secretly learned my limitless divine fist, but you still haven't understood its true profundity. Therefore, you couldn't continue after the 8th move. But now, I'll tell you what the 9th move is. My 8th stance is unbounded liberation. After liberation comes freedom. Therefore, my 9th stance is unbounded freedom. Unbounded freedom." Jiang Li had finally created the 9th technique of the infinite God fist. The profoundness of this technique was absolute freedom, limitless freedom. You should have comprehended this technique a long time ago because of the theory of freedom of the soul, which allowed him to comprehend absolute freedom. Because of that, he unleashed the full power of this move, and the primal chaos paleo energy within it was freed. In fact, it even began to fly up into the air, taking the crystal ball with it. Jiang Li made a grasping motion, and the crystal ball shattered, whereupon the primal chaos paleo energy was sucked into the Grand Emperor Saraira. That primal chaos paleo energy would most likely be filled with deadly, deadly curses. Of course, Jiang Li wasn't going to absorb it. He was going to use it as a sacrifice to store it in his Grand Emperor Saraira, which could nullify all kinds of curses. This feels great, Yang Qi thought. After using the move, Limitless Freedom, Jiang Li's entire body felt extremely comfortable. This was because he felt that his own symbols had changed once again and had begun to condense into the true law of void. In other words, he had almost become a saint on the spot. He was only a hair's breadth away from a completely new world. I'm off, Jiang Nalan. Many thanks. Without you, I wouldn't have been able to gain enlightenment of the ninth stance of the unbounded God Fist. And without you, I wouldn't have been able to get my hands on the primal chaos paleo energy. You've done a great service to humanity. With that, Jiang Li turned and left. Die! Jiang Nalan roared. Never in his wildest dreams could he have guessed that Jiang Li would suddenly appear out of nowhere and become the fisherman. Originally, he had been hoping to be the fisherman when the sandpiper and the clam fought, but Jiang Li had beaten him to the punch. With a flick of his palm, a tremendous force gushed forth. The gigantic palm tore apart space and the heavens as it blasted towards Jiang Li. This killing intent wasn't concealed at all. However, when the palm reached Jiang Li's back, a huge clay board suddenly appeared. Then, the palm slammed onto the clay board, and all the attacks disappeared without a trace. The Fate Tablet, Jiang Nalan blurted in shock. That's right. We signed a Sage's Compact. Sages can gamble with each other, but they can't kill each other. Your killing intent was aroused, and the Fate Tablet sensed it. Jiang Li laughed heartily. When we signed the Sage's Compact, you couldn't kill me, and I couldn't kill you. Save your breath. Die. The seven angels took advantage of Jiang Nalan's distraction to launch another attack. Although they had seen Jiang Li flee, they knew that Jiang Nalan would have to deal with Jiang Nalan before they could chase after Jiang Li. Jiang Nalan spat out another mouthful of blood from his counterattack. Turning his head, he shot up into the air. I'm not going to waste time with you, angels. You can't do anything to me. Also, I advise you not to cause trouble here. If you do, I'll join forces with Jiang Li to kill you. With that, he shot after Jiang Li. This time, he didn't attack. He wanted to see what Jiang Li was up to. He absolutely, positively refused to allow Jiang Li to refine the primal chaos paleo energy. Whoosh! Jiang Li dove into the depths of the infinity star. As for the angels, they were in pursuit. They couldn't accept the loss of primal chaos paleo energy. Furthermore, they knew how terrifying Jiang Li was. If he got enough primal chaos paleo energy, he would immediately become a sage. At that point, all the angels would be doomed. Chapter 5:23. Jiang Nalan chased after Jiang Li, and the seven angels chased after Jiang Nalan. In the blink of an eye, they were in the solar system, and Jiang Li was like a carp piercing through the waves of planet infinity. Jiang Nalan came to a stop in Jupiter's orbit. The seven archangels at the back also stopped. Looking at the huge infinity star, they felt a sense of awe. Planet Infinity was roughly the size of Earth, but it was dotted with countless stars, as if it contained multiple worlds. From the outside, Planet Infinity looked like a cell with no one living on it. Inside, it pulsed with immense power and energy. Any expert could sense how dangerous the insectoid mother nest was. The insectoids were a race that struck fear into the hearts of all the worlds in the universe. An authentic mother nest would emit a dangerous aura, and the angels were also very afraid of the insectoids. Although this mother nest was still very weak, if they tried to force their way in, they would probably die. You're drawing water with a sieve, Jiangnalan. Noya didn't do anything. Instead, he teleported to a location not too far away from Jiangnalan. I don't need you to remind me. Jiangnalan was considering whether or not he should go into the depths of Planet Infinity and fight Jiangli again. Unfortunately, that was a violation of the Sagely Pact. Planet Infinity had a lot of immigrants, and if he went in there and caused trouble, it would be a violation of the Sagely Pact. Not only would he be scorned by the entire world, but he would also be punished by the Fate Tablet. According to the Sagely Pact, if the 7 angels wanted to invade Planet Infinity, he would have to fight the invaders. Before, he hadn't cared much about the Sagely Pact, but now he was. Who could have guessed that the Fate Tablet would be so powerful that it could interfere with a fight between Sagely Pagoda experts? We're going to attack Planet Infinity. Jiangnalan, you can come with us, Isaac said. I can sense a deep sense of sin on this planet. Furthermore, the insectoids are the most sinful beings in the universe. It's our responsibility to cleanse them. We might have lost some primal chaos paleo energy, but we still have plenty left. Let's go destroy Planet Infinity. As you can see, I signed the Sage's Compact, so the Fate Clay Tablet will come out to stop me. However, I have a way to break it. How about you give me more primal chaos paleo energy? I will ascend in one go. Jiangnalan's face was expressionless. Only then can I break the shackles of the Fate Tablet. Jiangnalan, if we attack Planet Infinity right now, will you stop us? One of the 7 ancient angels asked. According to the Saints' agreement, I have to do this. I can't just stand by and watch. Jiangnalan's tone was very deep. No one knew what she was thinking. Humph. Jiangnalan, because of your actions today, you and the humans on Earth will all be buried. We will go back and truly open the passage to the myriad worlds and activate the will of the myriad worlds' celestial sphere. Ancient Angel Noah said, Now, just wait for the myriad races to come. As the 7 ancient angels spoke, they did not attack Planet Infinity. Instead, their bodies flickered as they disappeared. They had many things to worry about, especially the Saints' Compact and the mysterious Fate Clay Tablet. After the 7 angels left, Jiangnalan flew towards Planet Infinity. The various restrictive spells on Planet Infinity were unable to obstruct his movements. With a single step, he entered the depths of Planet Infinity. After that, a powerful will assaulted him. It was Jiangli. Jiangnalan, you actually dare to enter the depths of my Planet Infinity? You did well, Jiangli. I can't believe you managed to steal primal chaos paleo energy from me. Unfortunately, I'm not going to let you reach the sage level. Jiangnalan looked around at the hive of beehives and the space-time labyrinth. This place was far stronger than the star reigns, and he knew that this was the insectoid hive. If he tried to reach the next level, he wouldn't be able to make it out alive. Jiangnalan appeared in front of Jiangnalan in one of the insectoid hives. Of course I did well. Even you use my Infinity God Fist. Doesn't that mean it surpasses your Immortal God Fist? Not necessarily. I'm far stronger than you, and if we fought right now, you'd be dead beyond a shadow of a doubt. In fact, you wouldn't even have a chance to escape. Jiangnalan said, Furthermore, your infinite star is very childish. It can't stop me at all. The only threat to me is Little the Arch, but he's in a life and death situation. It's impossible for him to advance any further. Don't forget, you signed the Saints' Compact. You can't kill me. Zhang Li's face was full of smiles. Jiangnalan, we actually don't have any grudges between us, right? The humans are in trouble. The myriad world celestial orb is in full swing, and fiend devils are everywhere. We need to work together to protect the humans. Our paths are different, and we can't work together. Jiangnalan said, Your theory of freedom of the soul has already destroyed my path. My path is to become a god and gain the faith of the people. I have my own way of building the humans better. If it wasn't for my path, I would be like God, creating new humans after the world is destroyed. Humans are lambs and crops. If the crops don't grow according to the farmer's will, they have to be uprooted and replanted. It seems like you and I can't fight side by side. Zhang Li sighed. Is this really a calamity for the humans? It's not easy for us to walk out of the universe and enter the interstellar era. We can go one step further and enter the mythological era, but we're going to suffer a calamity? This is all because of you, Jiang Nalan said. If you didn't come up with the theory of freedom of the soul, how could the humans develop to this state? If everyone has freedom of the soul, wouldn't we be like a plate of loose sand with no order? Haven't you read the Book of Changes? Without a leader, the world will be in chaos. It seems you don't understand the quintessence of the Tao of Changes, Jiang Li said. It's the same with my great Tao of unbounded growth. When the soul is free, humanity will have limitless possibilities. That's just empty talk, Yang Qi said. Jiang Nalan's expression didn't waver in the slightest. Fine, hand over the primal chaos paleo energy and we can still be friends. If you don't, then I'll kill you, even if I have to use my fate tablet. As far as I'm concerned, the Pact of Sages is nothing. Not even Wang Chao himself could change my mind. Oh really? Jiang Li said, a serious expression on his face. He knew that Jiang Nalan had already made up her mind and wasn't going to give him a chance. Meanwhile, in a secret chamber in the depths of planet Infinity, a mass of primal chaos paleo energy appeared in Little Sovereign's hand, and a spell formation sprang up around him. At the same time, psychic fluctuations began to pulse out, creating a unique passageway to the immortal world. O mighty immortal world, Little Sovereign said, I offer you a sacrifice. Unlock the mysteries of life and death. Extend my lifespan. Given your will, you can definitely do that. I offer you primal chaos paleo energy. Little Sovereign was offering primal chaos paleo energy that could give birth to all living things. Any world that had the will of the heavens will be able to transform, and could even advance to a higher level. Little Sovereign was offering primal chaos paleo energy, and the will of the immortal world responded immediately. It was impossible to see his face clearly, but he wore a violet robe and seemed to be one of the grand emperors of the five directions. Ah, you who have come back from the dead, you have violated the natural laws of the myriad worlds. You might have offered me primal chaos paleo energy, but the myriad world celestial orb has been revived, and the will of the multiverse is growing stronger. The era of order is coming, and the multiverse is no longer in chaos. You have to leave the myriad world's celestial orb to protect yourself. Since you've offered me your sacrifice, I'll take you to the immortal world. You won't be affected by the magical laws of life and death there. No, I can't go to the immortal world, Little Monarch roared. Once I leave, the situation here will go out of control. You don't have much time left, and as the myriad world's celestial orb revives, you'll die for good. There's nothing in this world that can't be sacrificed for eternal life. The will of the immortal world didn't seem shaken by Little Sovereign's words. Go to the immortal world. The myriad world's celestial orb is the manifestation of the will of the myriad worlds and the agreement of the myriad worlds. The myriad worlds are safe now because the heavenly wills don't attack each other. It's because of the existence of the myriad worlds' celestial orb. So the myriad world's celestial orb is like the sage agreement? And what about its own will? Little Sovereign was shocked. If Earth's will is refined by someone, won't humans be enslaved? To be precise, yes. But now that the will of the myriad world's celestial orb has been taken away to find the source of primal chaos, then turn it into nothing. From then on, no one will be able to refine the myriad world's celestial orb. Go. The myriad world's celestial orb is awakening. I can't stay here for long. No, I can't go to the immortal world. Little Sovereign refused again. Go, don't stay here for too long. You'll have a good life in the immortal world. Purple light enveloped them, about to take Little Sovereign to the immortal world. Seeing that he couldn't stop it, Little Sovereign roared. Instantly, the entire nest trembled. His will was changing. Jiang Li, I'm going to the immortal world. The control of the nest, the primordial spirit will be given to you. From now on, I won't be able to take care of you. Take care of yourself. Whoosh! He disappeared without a trace. He was taken away by the will of the immortal world, and he probably wouldn't be able to return. At this moment, Jiangli was facing Jiangnalan. He was waiting for the little Dharch to awaken. Suddenly, he felt that the will of the entire mother nest was closely combined with his own, almost inseparable. He had become the master of Star Infinity's mother nest, which meant that the mother nest had become his avatar. Little Sovereign's will was transmitted. What? Little Sovereign hasn't fully recovered after going to the immortal world? What should I do? Jiangli had always been taken care of by Little Emperor ever since he started cultivating. Although Jiangli's cultivation base was getting stronger by the day, losing Little Emperor was like losing his greatest pillar of support. In the past, Little Emperor was the one in charge of everything. But now all sorts of responsibilities weighed heavily on Jiangli's mind. Chapter 5:24. Little Autark was gone. He had sacrificed primal chaos palea energy and been taken away by the will of the immortal world. Now that the broodmother had been taken over by Jiangli, he was the new master of planet Infinity. Although he had been blessed by the broodmother's power, it wasn't enough for him to reach the sage level quickly. In fact, he would have to divert some of his attention, which would make his path to the sage level even more difficult. Once little Autark left, he would lose a lot of battle prowess. The will of the immortal world. Jiangnalan seemed to sense something, and her face fell. Little Autark is sacrificing primal chaos palea energy. He's sacrificing primal chaos palea energy to the will of the immortal world. Now that the will of the immortal world is here, what is he trying to do? Haha, Jiangli said. That's a good guess. We're working on a grand plan. If you want to stay here, you'll have to wait and see. You win. Jiangnalan's eyes flickered, and she vanished, retreating from planet Infinity to the starry sky outside. Jiangli had scared her away. He was truly afraid. Little Autark had sacrificed the will of the immortal world, and if the will of the martial world couldn't stop it, what could he do? Seeing Jiangnalan leave, Jiangli let out a long sigh of relief and stepped into Little Autark's secluded cultivation chamber. It was empty, with no signs of life. Not even a trace of Little Autark had been left behind. It's good that you're going to the immortal world, Jiangli said. That way you won't die. It's better than staying here and then vanishing into thin air as the will of the Tao grows stronger. He sent out his divine will. In the blink of an eye, many of the executives in the Limitless group had received word from Jiangli and had come to the secret chamber for a meeting. An hour passed, and all of the executives were present, including Hua Lu Dao, Long Yueji, Zi Changye, Dreamkite, Hong Heiyu, Luohan, Shiren, Zi Piao, and Jiang Tao. Hong Heiyu's cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds at this stage. He had stepped into the realm of condensing runes and was at the peak of the third level of meditation. However, he did not cultivate the laws as fast as Jiangli. He needed to condense the runes one by one, and it would probably take him several hundred years to truly become a saint. The only way to improve his magical laws would be to acquire more primal chaos palea energy. Luohan and Shiren had also stepped into the meditative realm. With the Limitless group's vast resources and the support of the cultivation world's heavenly will, even a pig could cultivate to an extremely high realm. However, the ones closest to becoming a saint were Zi Piao and Dreamkite. The runes within their bodies had already been completely condensed. Of course, if they were to compare cultivation, Dreamkite was slightly stronger. She was basically comparable to an ordinary saint. What happened? Where's young Dharch? Long Yueji immediately noticed that something was wrong. Her cultivation was profound, and she could vaguely sense that something was wrong. Young Dharch sacrificed himself and was taken away by the will of the immortal world. We can't see him anymore. Jiang Li's gaze swept across the crowd, and his voice was incomparably heavy. Now is the time when our Limitless group is at its weakest. Jiangnalan has already cultivated 2 great Daos, and it's very likely that she'll succeed in cultivating the 3rd great Dao. Right now, we don't even have a single great Dao expert here. The ancient angel race is also very terrifying. They have 7 ancient angels, 2 of which are experts of 2 great Daos, and the rest are all at the great Dao level. If they come to kill us, our limitless planet won't be able to resist at all. Young the Arch disappeared, while Lu Dao shuddered. He was a saint, and his eyes were sharp. There are actually so many powerful ancient angels. My God, if it weren't for you, Zhongli, a single great Dao expert would have swept us all. Indeed, great Dao experts were too strong. Ordinary saints were no match for them at all. Even 4 or 5 of them together would be very difficult. Right now, the Limitless group only had 3 saints: Hua Lu Dao, Zi Changye, and Long Yueji. It was definitely not something that could be accomplished overnight for the 3 of them to cultivate a great Dao. In the past, they could still control Scion's judgment, but in order to save the cultivation world, they had sacrificed themselves. Even with the 3 of them combined, they couldn't defeat a single great Dao expert. With 7 of them added together, the 3 saints were as weak as ants. Now, the Limitless group's greatest reliance was Zhongli. Zhongli's strength was roughly enough to defeat any great Dao expert. If he encountered someone of 2 great Daos, he could protect himself from harm. Of course, this wasn't Zhongli's own strength, but the combined power of 50% of the Lord God's optical computer and the Grand Emperor's relic. Without the Lord God's optical computer and the Grand Emperor's relic, Zhongli's strength would only be that of an ordinary great Dao expert, or even a little weaker. Unless he became a saint, then any martial arts he learned would advance by leaps and bounds. In short, the overall strength of Planet Infinity had been greatly weakened. Calculation. With a thought, Zhongli inserted the combat power of the 7 ancient angels and Zhongnalen into the depths of the optical computer. This was the Queen Mother's AI. His will was connected to the Queen Mother's AI, which was suppressed by the Grand Emperor's relic. In addition, it was also connected to the Lord God's optical computer. This way, the Queen Mother's calculation ability was very powerful. Beep, beep, beep. Soon, the Queen Mother's calculations came out. If the 7 ancient angels join forces to attack, Planet Infinity will collapse in less than 3 minutes, and the entire army will be wiped out. If Zhongnalen attacks, they will also be wiped out in 10 minutes. If Little the Arch is still here, we can resist for a long time. There's nothing to be afraid of. Zhongli sighed. Now, fortunately, I set up a relationship with the cultivation world's heaven's will, which intimidated many people. Actually, Zhongnalen doesn't dare to attack us, partly because of the Saint Agreement, and partly because of my relationship with the cultivation world's heaven's will. It's the same for the 7 ancient angels. But they actually don't know that if they attack us, the heavens won't do anything. And the news of little Thearka's disappearance can't be hidden for long. What should we do now? Humanity is in an extremely dangerous situation. Hua Lu Dao was a little anxious. We need to carry out a mass migration and move humanity to the cultivation world on a large scale. Unfortunately, the human parliament can't pass, and we can't carry out the forced migration. Damn it. More importantly, if news of little Thearka's disappearance spreads, we won't have any say. Right now, I have to become a saint. Dreamkite should also work hard and become a saint. Zhongli thought about it. Becoming a saint isn't easy, Dreamkite said. Unless there's a sacrifice of primal chaos paleo energy, but Little the Arch has already used up all of it. Should I call my master, Granny Saha, over? No. Zhongli immediately refused. Your master isn't one of us, and she definitely won't sign the Saint's Agreement. And she's the master of another realm, so she has to protect her own interests. Our Limitless group has to maintain its purity. Logically speaking, you're also an outsider. But now that I've established a relationship with the cultivation world's heaven's will, you're not an outsider. And you've been taught by Wang Chao, so you're one of us. That's true. Dreamkite thought about it. My master is a Grand Dao expert. If she comes to help, we'll have to pay a high price. She has her own interests, so she won't risk her life for nothing. Besides, she can't deal with the ancient angels. The slightest mistake, and she'll die. The struggle is fierce. Zhongli didn't know what to do. If the races didn't invade, we could develop well. But right now, there's trouble both internally and externally. Damn angels, damn Zhongnalen. The place I worked so hard to build is on the verge of collapse. I can't accept this. Things haven't reached that point, Long Yueji said. Long Yueji said, the worst hasn't come yet. However, I think that if this continues, the civilization that humans worked so hard to build will be destroyed. If we migrate early, we can move into the cultivation world. Jiang Nalan, Meng Jiangnan are really sinners. No matter what, let's not go to Infinite Star. Go to the cultivation world. I'm ready to move Infinite Star to the cultivation world at any time. We can all do our best to shrink our defenses. Jiang Li made his final decision. I'll deal with Earth. At least I won't be suddenly killed. In the cultivation world, it wasn't easy for the 7 ancient angels to enter. Under the obstruction of heaven's will, unless they cultivated virtual divinity, they would be turned to dust. Then let's move now. Dreamkite felt that this was the best way. First, move everyone from Infinite Group into the cultivation world. At least there would be a way out. Beep, beep, beep. Just then, the AI reported again, many space-time cracks have opened on Earth. The Himalayas seal has loosened. A huge wave of spatial energy is flowing everywhere. D*MN, I didn't think it would come so soon. Jiang Li's spiritual sense expanded through the AI and covered the entire planet. On Earth, many monsters continuously emerged from the spatial cracks, and many cities became battlefields. However, there were also more and more experts on Earth, and they killed monsters everywhere. Many companies even built bases to buy those monsters and then started to manufacture them to make money. It had been a few days since the incident, and humans all over the world seemed to have completely adapted to the fact that there were more and more monsters appearing on Earth. However, in general, there were no powerful saints among those monsters, and there were even very few at the meditative level. Therefore, after the emergence of human powerhouses, those monsters became human resources. Just like that, many human experts living on other planets came to Earth to cultivate and also to obtain wealth. Humans didn't suffer great losses because of the monsters. Instead, many experts were trained and actually flourished. However, Jiang Li saw all of this and knew that it was all the ancient angels' plot. They first opened up some smaller passageways, and the monsters that came out weren't strong, giving humans some benefits. When all the human experts gathered here, they suddenly opened up a powerful passageway. Such experts descended, and all the human elites were wiped out. Chapter 5:25. In the depths of the Himalayas, Jiang Li's Mount Everest that he had reconstructed seemed to be trembling slightly. The seal beneath the ground could break at any time. The Ikshas are a powerful race. That's fine. I'll take advantage of the fact that it hasn't broken out yet to see where the Ikshas live in the depths of the passageway. I can practice my fist techniques there, hone my Taoist techniques, and upgrade my martial arts. If they keep attacking, I'll start a massacre. If they don't, we can negotiate and coexist peacefully. Jiang Li knew that the Ikshas were powerful, and he did not want the humans to fight them to the death. Perhaps they can negotiate. His body silently seeped into his own seal and entered a black hole. Indeed, he saw densely packed Yiksha mantras in the depths of the black hole. At the end of the black hole was a vast world. Jiang Li darted out with a whoosh. Using the great emperor's dream seal as a foundation, he turned into an illusion and passed through the passageway, avoiding the Yiksha mantras. In a short while, he arrived at the space-time where the Yiksha army was. A pitch-black fog enveloped many continents, making it impossible to see what was inside. However, Jiang Li could tell that this was the country where the Yikshas lived. It was not a dimension, but still in the third universe. However, it was hundreds of millions of light years away from the solar system, and no advanced technology could reach it. This was an ancient galaxy, and there was no existence of heaven's will. It was not like the cultivation world. The Yikshas were a powerful race in the universe. It was rumored that they had their own god, kingdom, and dimension. However, in ancient times, their god kingdom had been destroyed by an even more powerful being. As a result, the experts of the Yikshas had wandered around, and since then, they had never built a new dimension. In front of him, countless Yiksha armies had gathered on this gray continent. There were even warships docked there. In the depths of the center, there was an altar, and on it were two experts of the Yiksha race. One of them was the one who had fought with Jiangli, and the other was a woman of the Yiksha race. The women of the Yiksha race were not grotesque. On the contrary, they were very beautiful, similar to humans on Earth. They had a perfect figure, long purple-black hair, and were extremely enchanting and graceful. This was not a great Tao realm cultivator, but an ordinary saint. However, there were 5 nomological laws above the female saint of the Yiksha tribe. They were mist, charm, 100 changes, shadow flash, and fleeting. None of these 5 laws were good at attacking, but they had the ability to change and speed. Now, it was clear that this female saint of the Yiksha clan was about to cultivate a great Tao, but he didn't know which one it was. An expert has descended. Suddenly, the great Tao realm powerhouse from the Yiksha race moved. He reached out and grabbed at the place where Jiangli was. Jiangli did not use the Lord's optical supercomputer and the Great Emperor's relic this time. He could not use them here. The Great Emperor's relic had been moved to the cultivation world. Crackle. This huge hand was formed from the great Tao of the ghost god. In an instant, the wails of ghosts and the howls of gods could be heard, and the world seemed to shrink. Jiang Li's physical form was revealed in an instant. It's you. Seeing Jiang Li appear, the great Tao realm powerhouse of the Yiksha race continued to attack. But Jiang Li's body shook. He had already used the infinite divine fist, which shattered the great Tao of the ghost god. It turned into many nomological laws and flew out. Jiang Li had now cultivated the infinite divine fist to the 9th move. Its power had increased greatly. His cultivation was much stronger than when he had fought with the Yiksha race powerhouse. He had shattered the great Tao of the ghost god with 1 move. It was shocking. Expert, we don't have to fight. I am a native of the myriad world's celestial sphere. Jiang Li sent out a spiritual wave. We have fought before. You know how powerful the humans on Earth are. I came here to tell you that it is better to squash enmity than keep it alive. It is not impossible for us to coexist peacefully. Is that so? The Yiksha race rules the world. We don't need to coexist peacefully with you. Also, you humans were born from the myriad world's celestial sphere. Your genes must contain the secrets of the myriad worlds. It is a pity that they have not been developed. If we devour you, we can obtain your genetic code. The myriad world's celestial sphere is the magic of the Yiksha race. The great Tao level elite of the Yiksha clan said, also, you actually dared to barge into this place alone. What is your name? I think you're very brave. Tell me, I will remember you. In this multiverse, there are not many creatures that I, Yemohi, can remember. So your name is Yemohi. Jiangli nodded. It seems that we really can't coexist peacefully. Since that is the case, don't blame me for killing you. I can see that you're the leader of the vanguard army of the Yiksha race. That's right. I am the vanguard. Next, the experts of the Yiksha race, and even those who have condensed virtual godhoods, will come to occupy the myriad world celestial sphere. The female saint stood up. Her eyes were sharp. You are not even a saint, but you are so strong? My God, are all the natives of the myriad world's celestial sphere like this? Very good, very good. We have the genes of the natives. We will definitely be very strong. Miss, may I know your name? Jiangli displayed a gentlemanly demeanor. The female saint of the Yiksha tribe laughed. I like a gentleman. My name is Yi Shashi. I have an idea. You can join the Yiksha tribe. We won't mistreat you. You can also recruit your friends and family to join us. What do you think? The technology and strength of the humans on Earth are too weak. The genes in your bodies seem to be sealed and not released. We can open the chains of your genes. Really? Jiangli was tempted. He had done some research on this. He knew that there was a mysterious power in the depths of the genes of humans. It was something that even he could not control. It seemed to be left behind by the gods. Really? The Yiksha race thinks so highly of me? Jiangli smiled without any murderous intent. However, the heavenly dragon race is also coming. The passage to the dragon dimension is about to open. I have already received their invitation. Also, I forgot to tell you that my wife is from the heavenly dragon race. You probably already know some of the secrets of Earth. Your Highness Yamahi, you killed so many humans on Earth. In an instant, you absorbed a lot of their memories and souls, didn't you? You must know a lot about us humans. Seems like I can't hide it from you. Yamahi's face turned serious. Your wife is called Long Yueji. She is indeed a powerful being in the dragon dimension. She is from the heavenly dragon race. The heavenly dragon race is much stronger than the Yiksha race. Why don't I join the Yiksha instead of the heavenly dragon race? The heavenly dragon race has a god nation. I am also the representative of the heavenly will of a half-dimensional cultivation world. You probably know that. Zhongli said, even if you have a virtual godhead, you may not be able to do anything to the heavenly will of the cultivation world. Why do you want to die? Are you trying to scare me? Yamahi said murderously. Even if you say so, we must get the celestial sphere of the myriad worlds, because we don't have our own dimension or god nation. We must find a new dimension through the celestial sphere. Also, your cultivation world is not bad. It's weak, but it meets our standards. Not bad, not bad. This dimension is ours. It seems that you are stubborn. Zhongli looked at the two experts of the Yiksha race and knew that there was no chance of compromise. Control you and turn you into a puppet. It will be very beneficial for us. Yishashi suddenly moved. A law flew out. It was a charm. As she attacked, with her, as the center, densely packed Yiksha, divine incantations filled the surroundings. These incantations and her laws enveloped together, and their auras were mysterious and indestructible. Zhongli didn't even look and casually punched. Bang! All the Yiksha mantras exploded. Then he clawed with his 5 fingers. Instead of using the infinite divine fist, he used the great emperor's seal. This time, he used 9 seals in a row and gathered them into one claw. The wind blew, and there were ambushes on all sides. A dreamlike world appeared everywhere. Then Zhongli's body was in front of the female saint. No! The male saint, Yamahi, screamed, but it was too late. Zhongli was much faster than him. In an instant, he reached the altar and used the infinite divine fist's infinite freedom. Circles of whirlpools appeared and actually absorbed the remaining Yaksha mantras. Then, those mantras were converted into the attack power of the infinite godly fist, and the momentum shook. Crack! The female saint, Yishashi's body cracked, and purplish-black blood flowed out. Zhongli didn't show any mercy. He punched again, completely shattering her skull. He put his hands together, and her entire body and the 5 laws were gathered together. Mighty immortal world, sacrifice the sage. In that moment, Zhongli connected to the dimensional passcode and took control of the woman's soul, offering it to the immortal world. Very few people knew the password to the immortal world. Only Little Emperor, him, and the cultivation world will knew. Now that Little Emperor had gone to the immortal world, even fewer people knew. Even Jiang Nalin only knew the martial world password. The sacrifice was to the martial world's heaven's will. However, the immortal world was stronger than the martial world. In other words, the reward from the immortal world was greater than from the martial world. This was the ultimate killing move that Jiang Li had been preparing for a long time. He would capture the female saint and sacrifice her to the heaven's will. The heavens would bless him, and then he would attack and kill the great Tao expert of the Yiksha race in one fell swoop. This way, he would have the upper hand and kill all the billions of races here. Like absorbing the giants, he would absorb them into the mother nest. This way, the mother nest might be able to secretly level up again. Swish! In an instant, after sacrificing Yishashi, a purple light appeared on Jiang Li's body. It was as if he had put on a celestial robe. His attack power and lethality increased tenfold in an instant. With a slap in the air, 10 figures seemed to appear in the infinite divine fist. They had the same combat power as Jiang Li. However, this combat power would only last for a short period of time. If Jiang Li couldn't kill Yimoa during this time, then everything would be for naught. However, Jiang Li had absolute confidence. He had come here as the first step of his plan. He would carry out the decapitation operation, train his strength, and eliminate a hidden danger for humanity. This time, he was going to go all out. He would be the human war god and hero, conquering everything. Chapter 5:26. The Yakshas were extremely cruel and merciless. The Yaksha curse was also very powerful. It could turn people into mindless zombies and demons, turning good people into evil and cruel people. This was the vanguard of the Yakshas. He would kill them all first to increase his own strength. After sacrificing Yi Shashi, Jiang Li, who had inherited the will of the immortal world, became incredibly powerful. With a casual strike, the power of his infinite godly fists increased tenfold. Attacking Yamahi, Jiang Li's entire body rippled with the most profound mysteries of the martial Tao. Bang! Yamahi's great Tao shattered. His great Tao was the great Tao of ghosts and gods, and it was ranked very high. Once it was used, it could summon a myriad of ghosts and gods like a river, capable of capturing any living being and turning them into the soul of the great Tao of ghosts and gods. In the end, it could even evolve into a ghost god dimension, capable of splitting heaven and earth apart. Kill. Ghost god appear. Yamahi's entire body was enveloped in the great Tao of ghosts and gods. Although his great Tao had been shattered by Jiang Li, his ferocious aura hadn't weakened in the slightest. The Fist of Ghosts and Gods was actually a low-level martial art on Earth, but now that it was being used, it could summon the mighty power of all the ghosts and gods. With a single punch, it could shatter heaven and earth, destroy all obstacles, summon ghosts and gods, and open up the netherworld. It seemed that the Fist of Ghosts and Gods on Earth was actually just a side branch of the martial arts. Now, Yamahi's ghost god fist was the one that had seized the fortune of heaven and earth and gathered the mysteries of ghosts and gods. Why do ghosts and gods exist? It's hard to see them in the netherworld. Yamahi uttered a series of incantations and scriptures. Immediately, the shattered great Tao of ghosts and gods reformed. The great Tao wouldn't truly collapse, but it would be chaotic for a while. As long as he had enough psychic power, he could reform it again. God power of the immortal world. Jiang Li knew that this battle was going to be dangerous, but if he didn't kill this person in time, there would be no end to it. He might not even be able to escape. He let out a long roar, and the many-cell crystals in his body squirmed nonstop, absorbing the power of the celestial realm's sacrifice in an instant. At this moment, he seemed to have turned into a person wearing a purple celestial robe. He struck out with his palm. Rumble. The palm changed in the middle. Sometimes it was a fist, sometimes it was a claw, and sometimes it was a finger. It was truly unpredictable. He walked in the footsteps of an immortal, and his every move was one with the aura of the immortal world. Die! Yamahi punched again, and this time his entire body turned into a ghostly god. Countless black wings spread out behind his back, creating an enormous netherworld tempest. Jiang Li's expression didn't change in the slightest. He straightened his palm, and like a sword or a blade, it tore through the sky. Life and death were destroyed. Everything turned into nothingness, and everything became meaningless. There is no emptiness in the world. Emptiness is not emptiness. Emptiness is not emptiness. Falsehood is not emptiness. For this attack, he had already used the law of emptiness that he was about to master. His law of emptiness was the foundation of the infinite godly fist, but he had not mastered it yet. But now, with the blessing of the power of the immortal realm, his cultivation base had almost reached a pinnacle. It was almost like he had become a sage. Whoosh! The law of void appeared out of nowhere. Everything in the world had lost its meaning. Everything had withered away, and there was a sense of despair. What is the truth of the world? All truths were blurry. Any strong-willed person, even the god of martial arts, would crumble in the face of this law. A negative attitude pervaded the entire universe. Even the countless yakshas who were chanting incantations stopped and became drowsy. Just then, Yamahi, a great Tao-level cultivator, hesitated. Jiang Li's palm was already in front of him, piercing through his head and heart. Then, with another swipe, the great Tao of ghost and god crumbled, along with the fire of the soul. A flame was pulled out of Yemahi's body, and he screamed. He was sealed in the depths of a strange space. The great Tao of Ghost and God was stolen by Jiangli and turned into a pitch-black bracelet that he wore on his wrist. It was heavy, and Jiangli felt that it contained many mysteries of the soul and ghost. Yemahi's body and the great Tao of Ghost and God were stripped away, and he fell into Jiangli's seal. A great Tao-level cultivator was dealt with by Jiangli in an instant. With the power of heaven and earth, create a world. A dream of 1,000 years, dream, illusion, bubble, and shadow. After subduing Yemahi, Jiangli's body dispersed into countless bubbles, which spread out and covered the entire continent. In an instant, 10 billion yikshas were wrapped up in the bubbles, and they were sent into the depths of a strange space. The 10 billion yikshas did not resist at all. Rumble. The yikshas here were wiped out, and then they turned into a law again. This law was the law of emptiness. Many runes joined together, and each rune was made of a small world, which was filled with the yikshas. This was the power of Jiangli. In the blink of an eye, he had wiped out the yiksha army. In fact, it was the same for the humans on Earth. If they did not have the protection of a great Tao realm powerhouse, a powerhouse could come and wipe out all the humans on Earth in an instant. It would only take one great Tao realm powerhouse to completely abduct a population of 1 trillion and refine them into a pure source, an artifact, or sacrifice. This place was empty, and the hidden danger had been temporarily eliminated. However, this was only the vanguard army, and there were even stronger yikshas in the deeper space. But Jiangli did not plan to go there for now, because his strength was not at that level yet. Right now, he had to return quickly and merge the great Tao of Ghost and God with Yemahi, as well as the 10 billion yikshas, into the mother nest and upgrade it again. Although it was difficult for the mother nest to upgrade, it was good to be able to strengthen it. Moreover, the stronger the mother nest was, the less pressure he had to face, and the easier it would be for him to cultivate to the Saint Realm. Whoosh! He left this place and came out from the Himalayas on Earth, and in an instant he arrived on planet Infinity. With his current cultivation, it was not difficult for him to cross the distance of a few solar systems with a slight movement. Moreover, planet Infinity was in the solar system. After entering planet Infinity, he entered the depths of the mother nest. It was a huge meat factory, the digestive cavity. It was a huge space with a crushing power and an aura of purgatory smelting furnace. This was the mother nest of the Zerg's furnace. All the minerals, living things, souls, and energy that they had plundered could be digested here and turned into nutrients for the Zergs. Jiangli knew the evolution path of the Zergs. Now, he had abandoned the Zerg's offensive nature and focused on defense. Queen AI, listen to my command. I will now provide you with souls and flesh. In ancient times, the Zergs had attacked the Yikshas. The Yikshas were evil and powerful, and their flesh and genes were very strong. They were the best food for the Zergs. Although they were not as good as the giants, they were still top-notch nutrients. I will not develop any offensive Zergs for now. Instead, I will focus on defense. As he spoke, Jiangli's void runes trembled. In an instant, these runes opened small worlds, and the 10 billion yikshas were thrown into the furnace. The sound of ghosts crying and gods howling rang out, and the aura of souls in the furnace was rising. As you wish, Master. A lot of information appeared on the head of the Queen AI, and its mind waves connected with Jiangli. According to the development of the mother nest, if you focus on developing a defensive mother nest, we will give birth to prayer bugs. Once these prayer beetles are born, their only function is to chant and pray. The incantation they chant is called the Guardian Incantation. It doesn't have any offensive power, but it can protect the mother nest from being destroyed, immortal, indestructible, and undefeatable. That's settled then. Jiangli nodded. The development of the mother nest was varied. There were offensive mother nests, speed mother nests, devouring mother nests. There were all kinds of mother nests, and each had its own function. The mother nest could not develop in all aspects because it required too much energy. Even a god could not develop a mother nest to the point where it could do everything. Now, Jiang Li's priority was to protect the human race. Naturally, he had to develop a defensive mother nest and make it look like a turtle shell. As the Yiksha army of 10 billion merged into the army, bugs filled with life energy were created. These bugs looked similar to humans, but each of them had 9 mouths and were singing beautiful spells from their mouths. The incantations shot up into the sky, shining brightly. Each word was pure, and they merged with each other in the air, becoming denser and denser. More and more prayer bugs were created. 1, 2, 3. In a short time, tens of thousands of prayer bugs were born. When Jiang Li threw Yemahi's body, his soul flame, and the great Tao of ghost and divinity into the furnace, the entire infinity star quaked and began wriggling, while its structure changed dramatically. A total of 100,000 prayer bugs were born. Each of the prayer bugs was the size of a normal human, and they had the appearance of a living human. However, their hands, feet, chests, backs, and glabella all had mouths. These mouths were constantly chanting incantations. After a slight tremble, the entire infinity star was covered by a very thin layer of guardian incantation. Jiang Li felt much more relaxed. Now, if the 7 ancient angels attack, we can hold them off for 10 minutes. The Queen AI began to analyze. This is a huge improvement. The great Tao of ghosts and gods has been broken down and merged into the defense of the infinity star. The overall power of the infinity star is equivalent to that of a great Tao expert. Not bad, not bad. I can finally relax a little. Jiang Li had been accumulating bit by bit, but he knew he was still far from being able to do so. Moreover, he could feel that the AI of his lordship was shaking a little. His control over it was loosening slightly, as though he was not able to control it as he wished. This was actually a clear proof that Jiang Nailin was getting stronger and stronger. Unfortunately, Jiang Li's infinite great Tao was still lacking some perfection, and his void laws had reached a bottleneck. He still needed a chance to become a saint. Even now, Jiang Li was a little impatient. Chapter 5:27. According to the news, more than 300 space-time rifts have appeared on Earth in the past month, and many monsters have surged out of them. Now, the whole Earth has become a paradise for monsters. However, we humans have gradually gained foothold. These days, we humans have suffered heavy losses, but the emergence of experts has stimulated our bloodline and martial spirit. Moreover, it has greatly stimulated the manufacturing industry. Not only has the world's economy not weakened because of the monsters' invasion, but it has also flourished. The appearance of the monsters has allowed us humans to leap forward once again. The huge news was broadcast nonstop every day. Now, the most important news in the world was the continuous appearance of space-time rifts and all kinds of monsters on Earth. Then, it was about a person killing a monster and obtaining some wealth. The official news was constantly interviewing human heroes, encouraging experts from every planet to come to Earth to make a fortune. Mr. Norman, I heard that you have just killed a Taya ancient beast. This ancient beast's body contains extremely strong energy. The ancient beast's skin is priceless. You must have obtained a huge fortune. In the news, a reporter was interviewing a tall Westerner. This person was an expert in the embryonic breathing realm. Behind him was an ancient beast the size of a house. In his hand, he was holding a horn that was sawed off from the ancient beast's head. Norman, who was being interviewed, said, "This Taya ancient beast horn is the most precious treasure in the universe. When worn, it can ward off evil, and it can even absorb some harmful rays from the air. It can also purify all kinds of impurities in the body, gradually improving one's physique. I heard that it can also be refined into a magical treasure in the cultivation world." All right, next, we will interview the leader of Starry Sky University's immortal team, student Ji Changjin. He and his team came to Earth near a space-time rift in the Pacific Ocean. They hunted many snow spirit beasts. Once these snow spirit beasts are killed and refined, they will turn into a snow soul pearl, which can be directly integrated into one's mental strength, greatly increasing one's mental strength. Another news report was reporting about the monsters that experts on Earth had hunted. At the same time, a young man appeared on the screen. This young man was the leader of Starry Sky University's Immortal Team. Back then, to Zhang Li, the Immortal Squad was a high and mighty existence that had never appeared before. But now they were just small fries. However, the Immortal Squad still had quite a bit of fame among humans, especially in the past month, when they descended on Earth and killed a lot of monsters. Any one of them could rival an army, and they were at the top of the world's hero list. I think the changes on Earth this time and the appearance of countless monsters is a huge opportunity for us. This was Ji Changjin's interview. I recently did a data analysis. In a month of training, Earth's economy has increased by at least a fifth. Moreover, many experts have broken through in this bloody battle. If this continues, there will be more and more experts. All right, that's the end of this interview. Thank you for your participation. Next, we will interview Marshal Arthur Gale of the Army. A tall soldier appeared on the screen. Now, many monsters have appeared on Earth, which is a serious threat to human safety. Many cities are under the protection of weapon defense systems at all times. People can't play around as they please, and there are many monsters wandering in the sky above the cities. What will be the end of such a life? When will the army be able to expel the monsters? The reporter was interviewing the marshal. There are hundreds of monsters in the cracks of space and time. It's impossible to expel them. And don't you think this is the best resource for us humans? In the past, we humans had to consume a lot of energy to capture monsters. We had to go to the vast starry sky, ride a battleship, jump through space and time, and take great risks to capture one. But now, these monsters automatically come to Earth and are at our mercy. Isn't this good? Moreover, the people living in the cities on Earth practice martial arts every day to strengthen their bodies. The government is now giving them subsidies. As long as humans live on Earth, they can get enough nutrients, celestial essence, weapons, and equipment every day. The marshal spoke eloquently. Zhang Li and Dreamkite looked at the report in this regard, and their faces showed a lot of helplessness. Right now, the government is calling for strong people to migrate to Earth. Every strong person living on Earth will be subsidized with weapons and equipment. It's the same for the people on Earth. Dreamkite said, there are also reports every day about which strong person hunts that kind of prey and how much wealth they get. Humans have been living in peace for a long time, and most people are looking for excitement. This way, the number of humans on Earth didn't decrease, but increased. This is Meng Jiangnan's scheme. Zhang Li said, but this way, humans on Earth can indeed get a lot of training. What I need to do now is to go to the depths of some powerful seals and deal with the powerful existences. On one hand, I can increase the defense of the mother nest, and on the other hand, I can eliminate the hidden dangers of humans. Whoosh! Just as Zhang Li was thinking about which passageway to go next, Long Yueji appeared. She had a worried look on her face. Not good, Zhang Li. The passageway to the dragon dimension is about to open. I just received the will of my brother, Long Yueji. He has mastered the passageway to Earth. Now that he sensed the awakening of the myriad worlds' celestial sphere here, he is casting the great curse of the heavenly dragon to attack the passageway. It will appear soon. Moreover, he also informed me that I must coordinate with him from the inside and the outside to receive him. Oh, Zhang Li said, what's your brother's cultivation level? Unfathomable. Before I came to Earth, he was a great Tao level powerhouse. Long Yueji said, he might be even stronger now. Huh, so strong? Zhang Li's expression became gloomy. Come, let's go to the capital and take a look. The 36 Hua cities are the foundation of China, and nothing can happen to them. Furthermore, if the heavenly dragon clan descends, their might will be able to turn the 36 Hua cities into ashes. No matter how strong the restrictions are, they will be useless. I'll go with you. Long Yueji was very worried. I've lived on Earth for a long time and established the Yanhuang Corporation. Actually, I've already integrated with the humans on Earth. If the Heavenly Dragon Clan comes to conquer, I'll be in a difficult position. Did you ask your brother? What does the Heavenly Dragon Clan mean? Zhongli asked. Our Heavenly Dragon Clan has always been conquerors. We don't compromise. In ancient times, we could even fight gods. We are arrogant and domineering. We need absolute slaves. We don't need any equal beings. Because we firmly believe that our Dragon Clan is the noblest being in the universe. Long Yueji said. But your personality is very different from theirs, Dreamkite said. I was banished here. Our dragon dimension is a noble world. The third dimension is a low-class dimension, a desolate dimension, and a land of banishment. Because I made a mistake in the Dragon Clan, my heavenly dragon body was destroyed and my soul was thrown into the banished well. Thus, my soul landed on Earth and reincarnated, becoming what I am now. From a certain perspective, I am the soul of the Heavenly Dragon Clan, but my body is still that of a human on Earth. Actually, I don't have a good impression of the Heavenly Dragon Clan. I see, Zhongli said. Let's go to the capital together. He waved his hand on Infinity Star, and in the next moment, he appeared in the capital. At this moment, the capital was covered by a huge shield of light. It was an energy field. Outside the shield, groups of monsters would occasionally fly past. Some of the monsters even spat out flames, lightning balls, wind blades, and some even used their claws to attack. However, there were very few monsters that could break through the city's energy defense system. In the past few years, human technology had developed too quickly. From the time Zhongli was in high school until now, it had only been about 6 years. Under normal circumstances, they had made a technological leap that would have taken hundreds of years. When Zhongli was in high school, the entire city was covered in energy. That was inconceivable. But now, everywhere was filled with energy. In the huge city, there were even energy channels built. As long as people stood in a fixed place, they could be transported hundreds or thousands of miles away from the city. In the past, life on Earth was very leisurely and undisciplined. Because humans now had no worries about food and clothing, a large part of them had no motivation. But now, outside the city, was a sea of monsters that could rush into the city at any time. Everyone's blood and motivation were stimulated, and they began to cultivate hard every day. Sometimes, they would go out to kill monsters to train themselves. In the past, humans rarely had actual combat experience. But now, as long as you were willing, there was actual combat everywhere. Liu, you went out to hunt monsters again today. Did you forget yesterday that your arm was torn off? If it wasn't for your teammates who saved you in time and healed your body, you would have been dead now. On the street, many young people were in high spirits. Some were carrying cold weapons, some were carrying guns, and some were wearing mecha. They were all standing on the teleportation channels, ready to go out and hunt monsters. Haha, what does this mean? I have comprehended many profound martial arts teachings from yesterday's battle. My cultivation has improved. Maybe I will become an embryonic, breathing, realm-strong practitioner. Now that we have the meditation pill, it is much easier for us to practice. However, it also brings us comfort. In a life and death battle, we can digest what we have accumulated and advance very quickly. Once we reach the embryonic breathing realm and have remarkable powers, we will become important people. Killing monsters will be a piece of cake. The young man whose arm was torn off yesterday waved his hand. He was intact and full of confidence. Zhongli scanned the crowd. Most of the young men were like this, full of passion and adventurous spirit. This was humanity's hope. Now the human medicine had developed to a certain level. As long as the soul fire was not extinguished on the spot, it would be saved quickly. Even if the body was shattered, it did not matter. This was the method of the Zur clan. Chapter 528. Hot-blooded youth. The future of humanity, Zhongli muttered. This is youth. I don't want it to be destroyed in one day. You don't seem much older than them. Long Yueji smiled. How old are you now? 24 or 23? My cultivation and state of mind have passed tens of thousands of years. Age doesn't depend on the years I've spent in the world, but on the maturity of my soul. Zhongli waved his hand. Currently, there are no problems with the defense of the 36 cities. If such monsters keep appearing, it will indeed be very beneficial to humanity. Unfortunately, It won't be as I wish unless my strength reaches a certain level and I destroy all 7 ancient angels. Then I can control their formation and control the passage to the myriad world sphere. It's already too late. The myriad realms celestial sphere is slowly awakening, and the myriad realms can feel it. Soon, this world will become a battlefield. Not to mention Earth. Even the solar system and the Milky Way might not survive. Long Yueji sighed. Although the cultivation world's heavens will is strong, the dragon race has stronger people. Is that so? Isn't that close to a god? Jiangli was nervous. Yes, the dragon race is a god. Long Yueji and Jiangli walked slowly. Soon, they arrived at the imperial city of Jinghua University. At this moment, the entire imperial city had been protected by the Limitless Group because they already knew that this was the passage to the dragon dimension. Jiangli once again came to the just and honorable board. The strongest seal was set up here, but he could still see streaks of golden air flowing out from the ground. They transformed into dragon-shaped shadows and wandered everywhere. This was the dragon breath. To an expert, this dragon's breath was the best tonic. However, to a normal person, even if it was an embryonic breathing realm expert, it was a huge poison. Just absorbing a little bit of it would cause one to go crazy. The genes of one's entire body would change, and one would turn into a half-human, half-dragon monster. Only people at the meditative realm could purify the dragon breath. Therefore, Little Darch had set up a seal here to prevent the dragon breath from leaking. It could instantly cause a disaster like Resident Evil. This was a top military secret. However, who was Jiangli? Naturally, he had special privileges here. There were troops guarding here. One of them was a general with a beard and a hooked nose. His cultivation was very profound, and he had already cultivated a small world. Moreover, he had even refined the small world into runes. General Abu, someone is here. A general walked to his side. This Grand Marshal opened his eyes and saw Jiang Li and Long Yueji. His body shook, so it's Saint Long Yueji and Chairman Jiang Li. Are you here to take a look at the Dragon Dimension passage? Marshal Abu was a member of the military and was also an expert from the Senate. Logically speaking, he belonged to the human government and was an enemy of the Limitless Group. However, President Meng Jiangnan was unpopular and did not have any direct subordinates. The Senate and the Parliament were all shrewd and only knew how to fish for benefits. Why would they follow Meng Jiangnan and go against Jiang Li? Everyone knew how powerful the Limitless Group was. Jiang Li's strength surpassed that of a sage, so no one was willing to offend him. Moreover, he was the representative of the cultivation world's heaven's will. Everyone knew how powerful Jiang Li was. Jiang Li's strength surpassed saints. No one wanted to offend him. Moreover, he was the representative of heaven's will. General Abu, thank you for your hard work. This time, I'm here to suppress the Dragon Dimension's passageway again. Has the Dragon Dimension been transmitting more and more Yuan Qi recently? Jiang Li asked. Yes, President Jiang Li. You came at the right time. I was using the dragon breath here to cultivate, but it's getting stronger and stronger. I can't digest it. I'm afraid I won't be able to suppress it. If the dragon breath floats out, it will cause a biohazard. General Abu was worried. Have you explained the situation to the presidential palace? Jiang Li asked. I have, but the presidential palace doesn't care about this. They didn't reply. I don't know what President Meng Jiangnan is doing. General Abu was unhappy. What can Meng Jiangnan do even if he knows? He can't suppress the tunnel. Jiang Li laughed disdainfully. He has lost control of the AI, of the sovereign god, and his cultivation is limited. I can see that you are currently training in the army destroyer laws. This law is very ancient and is a fist to the army. Its killing power is very strong, and when combined with the imperial qi, they complement each other very well. The army destroyer laws are made up of roughly 8,000 runes, and you have only managed to train a few dozen of them. That's too little. If you continue training like this, even in 1,000 years, you won't be able to become a saint. I'll help you. You've worked hard guarding the tunnel. Jiang Li grabbed. Instantly, countless spatial energy surged out. The small world in great Marshal Abu's body was being born and destroyed at a crazy rate, and runes automatically formed. 101,000. In less than half an hour, the number of runes in the Grand Marshal's body had increased from a few dozen to a full 5,000 before stopping. I can't help you cultivate all the runes in one go. It won't do you any good, but it'll save you at least 800 years of hard work. In your remaining years, you'll definitely be able to cultivate all the runes. As for whether or not you can form the law, that's another matter, Zhongli said. Thank you. Thank you. Great Marshal Abu almost wanted to prostrate himself in front of Jiang Li and shed tears of gratitude. If he continued to refine the runes one by one, he would definitely not be able to refine all the runes before he died. Jiang Li had saved his life. All right, you can go down now. I'm going to go deep into this dragon-dimensional tunnel. I'm afraid there'll be a great Dao-level sky dragons will coming. You won't be able to stop it. Jiang Li waved his hand. Retreat, retreat, retreat immediately. General Abu's expression turned serious. Jiang Li hit the ground with his palm. Instantly, the seal weakened. The dragon energy became stronger and stronger. But no matter how strong the dragon energy was, it was absorbed by him. Actually, this dragon energy was the best nourishment for the nest. The dragon race was similar to the bug race. When the bug race evolved to a higher stage, they would take the form of a dragon. You want to open the tunnel seal? Long Yueji was stunned. Aren't you releasing the dragon race quickly? No, I'm only opening a part of the seal. So strong, such a strong will. As Jiangli absorbed the dragon energy, he heard the roars of dragons and tigers. Everything in front of him turned the color of pure gold. Then, vigorous little dragons appeared. These were all dragon curse. However, Jiangli also absorbed the dragon curse. His entire body moved, and with another grab, all the dragon curse golden light were swept away. Then, he roared again, Dragon World password, open for me. In front of him, a fist-sized black hole appeared. No, it should be a golden hole. Then, there was a long roar of a heavenly dragon. It seemed like a cultivator of the Great Path realm had descended. However, Zhongli had just killed a cultivator of the Great Path realm, so Yemahi of the Yiksha clan did not care about cultivators of the Great Path realm. He was now the master of the nest. After the nest absorbed the 10 billion Yiksha army, the ghost god Dao merged with Yemahi, and the prayer bug appeared. It used the guardian curse on him, so he wasn't afraid of attacks at all. He secretly used the guardian curse to cover this place. Then, a will pierced into the fist-sized golden hole. How long? An even stronger will appeared. Zhongli saw a golden person appear. This person wasn't his real body, but a will. It came from the distant depths of the dragon dimension and descended here. This person was tall and wore golden clothes. He looked very lively, and even his eyes were golden. There were scales on his head, and he had 5 dragon claws on his hands. Apart from that, he had a dignified and aloof expression on his face, as if he couldn't be profaned. Big brother? Long Yueji was shocked. You're not bad. You actually used a secret incantation to communicate with the dragon dimension and opened a small passage for my will to descend. However, this passage must be a bit bigger. My true body and army must also descend here. Is this the third dimension? The abandoned land, the place where all the gods fell. The largest dimension, boundless and limitless? This is the myriad world sphere? The person looked at Long Yueji. He was an expert from the Sky Dragon race, Long Rihuang. Who are you? He then looked at Jiangli. I am Long Yueji's husband. Although Jiangli hadn't done anything with Long Yueji, and it was just a marriage of mutual benefit, it didn't matter. In name, they were still husband and wife. This Long Rihuang was his brother-in-law. What? Long Rihuang's body moved, and killing intent surged. An earth-shattering killing intent enveloped Jiangli. Long Yueji, you actually found a low-grade being to be your husband? You have blasphemed the noble bloodline of the dragon race. Do you know that because of this, you will be captured by the elders of the dragon race? This time, your soul won't be banished to the abandoned land, but will be roasted in eternal flames. You will suffer endless torment day and night. Also, this low-grade being has to die too. Polypola, The corporeal killing intent seeped into every cell in Jiang Li's body. Jiang Li's body moved slightly, and the martial will of the infinite divine fist appeared. This martial will absorbed the tyranny of the martial world. The martial world was even stronger than the dragon world. The tyranny of the martial world's heavens will far surpass that of the dragon world. Jiang Li saw that this Long Ri Huang attacked. He felt that there was no way to communicate with this low-grade being. Since this person wanted to kill him, he naturally wouldn't be polite. Hence, he displayed the profoundness of the infinite divine fist. Rumble. Jiang Li's body emitted a majestic and tyrannical martial aura, directly shattering the killing intent. After that, he hooked his 5 fingers and his palm technique changed. A giant palm imprint pressed towards Long Ri Huang like a Mount Meru. Good. Long Ri Huang's dignity seemed to have been blasphemed. A trace of anger appeared on his face. He seemed to feel that it was beneath him to act. A golden longsword appeared behind him. Dragon inscription, divine sword. Swish. This golden longsword slashed out, wanting to slice apart everything. It was extremely sharp. This is the immortal slaying great Tao. Long Yueji's body trembled. Jiang Li, don't take this head on. This is the immortal slaying great Tao. Big brother, you actually cultivated a second great Tao apart from the heavenly dragon great Tao. Chapter 529. In the ancient legends, the immortal slaying great Tao was extremely sharp and seemed to be able to slay everything. In the ancient dimensions, the martial world and the immortal world were the most powerful and enormous dimensions. They stood above the myriad of worlds. Of course, the immortal world was a step higher than the martial world. The immortal slaying great Tao was the great Tao of the immortal realm. It was rumored that apart from the immortal slaying great Tao, there was also the immortal slaying great Tao, immortal slaying great Tao, and immortal ending great Tao. Rumor had it that when these 4 great Taos were gathered, they could form the most powerful godhood. It could be used to slaughter the immortals of the immortal world, and no one could stop it. However, in ancient times, the cultivation methods of these 4 great Tao had disappeared and would never appear in the world again. Who would have thought that one of the immortal slaying great Tao would reappear in the world today? The golden sword formed by the immortal slaying great Tao rushed forward and cut apart the runes of the infinite divine fist. It seemed like it was going to cut Jiang Li in half. This great Tao is indeed powerful. Jiang Li's body shook, and he raised his arms high into the air, forming a cross. Then, he changed it again and again, striking out with the great emperor's dream imprint. He gradually comprehended the mysteries of the great emperor's relic, and the power of the great emperor's dream seal was unimaginable. As soon as the seal was activated, his body became indistinct, and he seemed to be in between reality and illusion. The long sword of the immortal slaying great path slashed down, but it was just a dream. On Earth, I can use the power of the Lord's optical supercomputer. Even though you're a great Tao realm expert, and one that cultivates the ancient immortal slaying great Tao, it's still too early for you to think that you can do whatever you want. Jiang Li transformed into a dream and appeared beside Long Ri Huang in a flash. His infinite divine fist seemed to have broken through to 10 transformations. After using the 9th move of the infinite divine fist, Infinite Freedom, Jiang Li's cultivation increased by 1 level, and he was about to break through to the Saint Realm. However, he still did not break through, so he was thinking about the changes in the future, which was the 10th move. He had no idea what the 10th move would be. However, as the cultivation level of the infinite divine fist increased, the fist technique would become more and more powerful. Moreover, there would be more and more moves. In fact, the moves might even be infinite. When the fist wind descended, it was enough to make the great path collapse. He's actually this strong? Long Ri Huang was a little surprised, and she punched back. The immortal slaying great Tao was retracted, but it was still a golden sword that slashed at Jiang Li's fist. Ka-cha, ka-cha! Jiang Li's body swayed as if it was about to disintegrate, while Long Ri Huang took a step back. Stop, all of you stop. Long Yueji hurriedly stopped them. No wonder. Long Yueji, you want to find him as a husband. He hasn't even reached the saint level, but he's already so strong? Very well. Since he has this kind of strength, he can just barely be a slave of our dragon clan. This way, I will admit that he is a slave of our dragon clan and become our vanguard. Long Rihuang coldly looked at Jiangli. It's not like that, Jiangli said. The dragon clan came to occupy Earth? Invade the entire world. In that case, we might become enemies. What did you say? Long Rihuang couldn't believe her ears. Do you know that you are committing suicide? Do you know the benefits of being a slave of the dragon race? Today, I used the Dragon Dimension's password to communicate with you. We humans and the dragon race can coexist peacefully. Jiangli, I know that the dragon race is unabashedly aggressive, but I still hope that you will restrain yourselves. With your personality, I'm afraid it will be difficult for us to coexist. Long Yueji, what do you think? Long Rihuang looked at Jiangli like he was a dead man. I'm a human now, so I naturally have to help them. Long Yueji smiled. Big brother, there are as many experts as there are trees in the sky. The dragon race isn't the most noble of beings. At the very least, when the dragon realm meets the martial world, the people of the immortal world have to retreat. I hope you can let go of your pride and look at the world with humility. Long Yueji, have you been banished into an idiot? Long Rihuang raged. With this kind of attitude, you can never return to the dragon race. Originally, if you completed this mission and helped us find the myriad world's celestial sphere, you could have returned to the dragon race. Are you abandoning yourself now? I'm sorry, big brother. In your eyes, the dragon race's body is noble, but in my eyes, it's completely different. The dragon race banished me, and I reincarnated as a human from Earth. It looks weak, but it's actually an opportunity for me to look at things from the perspective of a weakling. It improved my soul and allowed me to get rid of my arrogance. Long Yueji said, moreover, you know that this is the myriad world's celestial sphere. In the most ancient times, the will of the myriad worlds inherited the profundities of primal chaos and came to an agreement. I was born on this planet and secretly received the blessings of the myriad worlds. I might be weak now, but in the distant future, I'll definitely explode. Why would I give up this body and become a dragon? You're tarnishing the noble bloodline of the dragon race. Long Rihuang was no longer angry. She was very calm, but the calmer she was, the more murderous she was. Big brother, I think it's best if the dragon race's army doesn't descend, because the myriad world celestial sphere's passageway is about to open, and the ancient angel race has also appeared here. Our dragon race won't be able to gain the upper hand against the ancient angel race. In the past, our dragon race's old patriarch also placed chess pieces on the myriad world's celestial sphere in an attempt to develop our civilization. However, he encountered all sorts of obstacles and started an intense battle with the angel race. Our dragon race's civilization was also distorted by the myriad world's celestial sphere's will and became another kind of civilization, the Chinese civilization. Long Yueji explained in detail. Our race isn't actually very strong in the dragon realm. If we lose here, it'll be easy for others to swallow us up. Right now, Zhongli has a very powerful force and will soon become a saint. Once he becomes a saint, I'm afraid you won't be his match. There were many dragon race in the dragon realm. Countless tribes had fought against each other in the past, fighting over territory, treasures, and plundering people. If a tribe wasn't well, it could be swallowed up in an instant. Long Yueji, it seems like you really aren't from the dragon race. The dragon son Phoenix said coldly, when my true body descends here, it'll be your death. Although you are related to me by blood, since you said such words, then we're done. Woo woo woo. The dragon son Phoenix was about to turn into a streak of golden light and retreat into the depths of the space-time tunnel. It seemed like it was retracting its will and the immortal slaying great Tao. After returning, it would focus all its strength to open the tunnel and bring the entire dragon race army here. You want to leave? Since I've already said it, then you're the invader. It wasn't easy for you to come here, and you still want to go back? I opened this tunnel, and since you flew the immortal slaying great Tao and a portion of your mind here to show me your strength, Then leave the immortal slaying great Tao behind. I really need it. Do you think that it will make you invincible? Let me tell you, you are gravely mistaken. Jiang Li seemed to have a plan. He was fishing. He had wanted to lure a dragon race expert over and kill him. Although he hadn't managed to lure the Dragon Sun Phoenix's true body, it had sent its strongest great Tao over. How could he let go back? Guardian Spirit Curse. In that instant, countless Guardian Spirit curses sealed the tunnel. They had no attack power, but they were unbreakable and couldn't be passed through. The great Tao wanted to go back, but it collided with the Guardian Spirit Curse, causing a series of sparks to fly. You, the Dragon Sun Phoenix roared. Guardian Spirit Curse. This is the Guardian Spirit Curse, the highest defense of the bug race, and you want to use it to seal the tunnel and not let me go back? You want to obtain this great Tao? That's right. You are the invader, so why would I be polite? This immortal slaying great Tao's attack power is very strong. I want it. Go back and refine a new one. Jiang Li was naturally drooling over this immortal slaying great Tao. How could he let it go? Furthermore, if he obtained it, the Dragon Sun Phoenix's strength would drop by at least 70%. The Guardian Spirit Curse began to close up. Jiang Li was using the god power of the Mother Nest, the Grand Emperor Relic, the sovereign ship's photonic computer, and all of his own power to hold onto the immortal slaying great Tao. Furthermore, Earth's capital had been under his control for a long time, and it was now the main battlefield. This place had long since become a space-time tunnel. Rumble. With a thunderclap, the entire space that was enveloped by the Guardian incantation began to shift, constantly shifting. In the blink of an eye, it was in the depths of the Mother Nest, right in the digestive cavity. Jiang Li's body trembled as power surged through him. The immortal, slaying great Tao was about to break through the Guardian Spirit Curse and fly away. Dragon Sun Phoenix, stop struggling. We are deep within my Mother Nest. I have controlled the bug race's Mother Nest and have been developing it for a long time. Now, it has reached the second stage. Tribulation Bug, come out. Jiang Li teleported to the depths of the Mother Emperor planet and used the Queen's power to suppress the immortal, slaying great Tao. This great Tao was much stronger than the ghostly god Tao, but he didn't care. If he gathered all of his power, he would definitely be able to suppress it. Moreover, he still had a trump card. Don't even think about snatching the immortal, slaying great Tao. What a joke. The Dragon Sun Phoenix's power was getting stronger and stronger. Although it was just a clone of the great Tao, the sword exploded with boundless light that seemed to be able to destroy the Mother Nest. True cultivation world, heaven's will. Jiang Li laughed coldly. He had opened the heavens will tunnel here. He had made an agreement with the cultivation world's heaven's will. Now, Infinity Star could fly into the cultivation world without being attacked. Instead, it would be protected. At the same time, he could open a space-time tunnel and let the heavens will appear on Infinity Star. At this time, a space-time tunnel opened and the majestic heavens will gathered, wrapping around the sword. The power of heavens was many times stronger than the Dragon Sun Phoenix's. In addition to Jiang Li's own godly might, the Dragon Sun Phoenixes will let out a scream. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.